Just about every state, isn't there?
So you went to high school there?
I went to Eastern Hancock. Yes.
Eastern Hancock?
Same county.
And then are you a UIndy person?
My dad technically was, but no, I went to Ball State.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be the other one. Seems like we get a lot of UIndy. Are you UIndy, Ethan?
Roll Hounds.
Well, welcome aboard. When did you start?
So, May 1st.
Oh.
It's been about a month exactly, actually. So.
But, Pat, you're so much nicer than Rob Kendall was. Rob Kendall put you through hell, son. And none of us, that was just nasty what he did to you. Made him come in.
He has no shame, just right into the fire.
Ask him how his first 500 was.
Okay.
I mean, at least as a news person.
Okay,
here.
now you have a microphone.
How was your first Indy 500 as a news person here at WIBC?
It was phenomenal. Being able to work. Oh yeah, being able to work with everybody. John, Ryan, Johnette. It was awesome. And getting up super early was. I mean, that was the worst part of it. But once you get to the speedway, doesn't matter.
Did you all carpool?
Yes, yes we did.
We didn't have very many media.
Well, you don't have your license yet, do you, Jared?
Jared,
do I look that young?
I just gave you a compliment too quick.
do.
I said you were nice. You weren't as bad.
Well,
as...
I'm just kind of warming them up.
Yeah.
So, well, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Glad
So
to be
we'll
here.
expect you to come up with a crosstalk. You know, it can be just like a humorous story, something that happened to you, maybe a joke. So you just work on that. So see you in the 10 o'clock hour.
Pressure's on.
Jared.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Well, some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys. That really the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools. Power tools. Power tools. Power tools.
You know, we could have given it the, I've been here 31 years here at The Rock.
That was the Rob Kendall approach. You know,
Oh, was it?
You need to come in and introduce yourself because we're the big snots here.
Oh.
He was just nasty to that poor kid.
Well, that's kind of his shtick.
Yeah.
It's a little.
Oh, well, how was your week, brother?
Oh, my gosh. Let me tell you. That's all I had.
That's all you had? Guess what I got?
I went to work. Is your mic on?
No.
No, her mic's not working, so we're sharing at the moment.
It's got Scotch tape on it, so there's a clue.
Yeah, they did put Scotch tape on the...
It was working for...
Why do you keep talking into it?
I don't know.
Use the mic that she's offering you.
I'm good.
You know, I got to work in an orthodontia office this week.
Of course you
Oh, yeah, it's funny because I got to work in an orphan, but go ahead.
I have to tell you, the kids are so correct. If anybody who's gone through braces and stuff, they are the bravest children
Yes,
I have ever seen in my life.
We are survivors.
All right, so could we just... All right, somebody asked the question,
What?
why were you working in...
Oh, because my
ortho-
buddy at the dental school, his name is Dr. Mike Fraser. He's an instructor over there, and he was subbing for the orthodontist who was out of town. So she asked him to come in and run her office for a couple days, and I said, how about if I shadow you? No, he said, do you take shadows? He goes, what age? I go, 72. He goes, you want to come in? So we had a good time for a couple hours. But I'm just so impressed with how brave kids are with all that wire and stuff in their mouth. I mean, these are courageous kids.
Why did you want a shadow?
Yeah, why?
Because
I was thinking
Because
maybe
seemed
they asked
like
you to
it
come
was-
in or
Because
fill
I
in or
never,
something.
I never got braces, and I was told I needed them in my lower teeth here.
Me too.
And but I didn't do it so I could play the trumpet. But I wanted to see
It's
what
funny
it was
because I
all
didn't do it so I could go to Europe.
about. Really?
Yeah.
That's a good story. But anyway, my thanks to Ariel Wong's office there in Zionsville. It was just a bunch of courageous kids. I just am so impressed with how I don't think I could do what those kids were doing. I mean, they were putting metal in their mouth.
Tightening, you get them on, and then there's the tightening, and then the cleaning. And
You know,
then
you'd really freak out around the kids with cancer.
Oh, well, I wouldn't freak out. I would.
Well,
be
I mean,
in
I'm just saying,
admiration.
you want to see courageous.
Yeah.
Sick kids with braces. I
Yeah,
mean, we need a foundation specifically for
Yeah.
that.
Isn't that true?
But I had braces. I was one of those kids where I had them in the 4th grade, just the top row. and then they had to pull some teeth because my mouth was too small, and then they took them off. And then in middle school, I had to put them back on for another 2 years. And I had the rubber bands where you have to hook them to the front to the back.
You still had those when you were?
Yeah, and then they had the special, little brushes, and they would give you a little thing of wax where you could put it over your brackets if they were hurting your mouth. I got hit in the face multiple times in gym class,
And then you
my
just
braces
bleed, don't you?
Yeah, they're bleeders for sure. But
Yeah.
But
Not to mention I wasn't really
did you have
coordinated to begin
behind the
with.
head retainer?
No, I did not have the headgear. Thank
They don't
goodness.
still have those, do they?
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think so.
Do they do?
They have a lot of things. They have things like if your canine teeth have not come down, they will actually have surgery, attach something to them, and use like a brass or a gold chain to pull them down with weight. So it's like I say,
It really is painful, especially when you're younger. Too. I mean, the tightening afterwards. It was bad. But I do think they have gotten better.
well, the guy that I was
they
shadowing,
have like Invisalign now.
I got to
Yeah.
explain this guy. He's sort of like Quincy. His name's Mike Fraser, and he's an associate professor over at the dental school. But he comes in wearing a Smith & Wesson hat, has a day's growth of beard, his shirt's untucked, and he's wearing cowboy boots. He says, all right, where are we going first? And he just goes around this room. They just keep refilling these chairs.
Yeah,
and he just
they're a
slides.
machine.
But I was just so impressed with, the chairside manner and each one of those.
The chairside manner.
Yeah, and those dental techs, those ladies that
bedside.
were working there, oh my gosh, they're phenomenal. I mean, they're doing it, but they don't wrap the tooth anymore with wire or with a band. They just attach things to them that look like little four-way ties that you would use for
Zip ties.
Yeah, zip ties, and they just stick them on there. I said, how do you get those off? Do you grind them off? He goes, oh no, you can snap those right off.
You're talking about the cleaning assistants. I was just thinking when I went to my orthodontist for several years, there's one lady in particular, and she would always make them extra tight. And I remember in the waiting room, all the kids, we'd look at each other to see who would get her because we were so nervous. We knew. She meant
I
business.
thought they were all sweethearts. I got my picture taken with them.
Of course you did.
I did. I was.
All right, raise your hand if you're surprised. No, okay.
Well, they were great. Again, Ariel Wong's office right there. I think it's called Ashcroft and Wong right there in Zion.
That sounds
So,
like
great
somebody I've been sued by. Ashcroft and Long?
people. Yeah, well, you remember.
I think it was a slip and fall. So, Terry, or everyone, has everyone had their wisdom teeth out?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I didn't ever have
No.
any that grew in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, so I can't
that
participate
why you're
in
in
this
radio?
conversation.
That's why you're in radio.
I just got mine
I don't
out,
get
though,
it.
in my 50s.
You
In my
got your-
Oh, really?
in my 50s, I got my
They're just
wisdom
they
teeth out.
started to did they start to grow in, or did they?
They were
decide
always
they
there,
wanted
and then
them?
they just started causing trouble.
I got
So
mine after I
So I
got-
had them out, and then I went to not Dr. Wong, but whoever, and they said, "Well, do you want to be put out?" It's like, not. The guy goes, "No, no."
That's
He
kind of
goes,
funny.
he
Girls
goes, "We'll
get
give
them
you
out
happy
earlier.
gas, right?" So I go back there. Well, the tank. I kept saying the tank's empty. I mean, I didn't. There was nothing. I had no.
Oh,
So I was awake while they were taking them out. I mean, because they said the numbing process is the same.
they're just trying to get rid of your anxiety with
Right.
a laughing gas.
And so, he's got his arm around my neck and and it's like there was a dental assistant that started to pass out. And she left the room and he's yelling, "I needed another assistant." It's like,
I think you were actually under, and that's what you.
I
would
think you were
I
under.
was
That
not.
this was the
I
vivid
was-
dream you
I
were
was
having.
definitely not under.
When I got my
That
teeth
tank
out,
is empty. I told him I want a refund. It's like it was $90 for
this is
happy gas. It's
all-
like nothing.
You were fine. You were just in this dream mode, and this is what you were thinking. I'll bet you $100.
I will say
Let's call that dentist right now.
it literally was the worst thing that I've ever experienced.
it had to
Not the after, because I got that dry rot thing or whatever it's called. What is it?
dry socket.
Whatever.
Dry rot.
It was really.
I woke up after getting mine taken out. Jane, it was after I got married. That's why I thought it was interesting. You did in 50s. I did about age 25. And the dental assistant was also a pacemate. And Jane said I woke up speaking perfect Spanish to her. And I thought, I can't speak perfect Spanish. So, but Jane was a little bit embarrassed.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, God bless her.
Oh boy. Okay.
I got mine out when I was 16.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
See, I
Yeah,
think
I
girls
think-
get them out earlier than boys do.
Well, I think too, like they're realizing it'll mess your teeth up later on in life.
Yeah.
So they're preparing you.
That's why
but-
my teeth are so messed up.
Man, I remember I got really bad bruises all over my jaws. I came back to school. I looked like I'd been in a fight.
You know what I remember, and I've told this story before, but a friend, just how different it was in the 70s, and your parents weren't, always involved in everything that you did. And my friend he was getting his wisdom teeth out. He said, "Hey, can you take me?" So I said I need a driver, so I took him. And then, they put him out, and then he's like, too bad there wasn't phone cameras, because
Yeah,
there'd been great
there's a
photos.
reason people videotape
So
now.
then it's like, that they gave me the instructions about his care.
And how old were you?
Well, I was 16.
Oh my god!
And so I drove him home. I put him to bed. I had to go out and fill his prescription. Came back, gave him his medicine. Said, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Wow!
But that was just kind of.
You would make a great house mother.
But it didn't
in
really
college.
seem unusual. It's like,
I would never trust a 16-year-old boy
I
to be in
know.
charge of my medication.
Hey.
it was the 70s.
You know that's right.
That's your dad talking.
It's the 70s, too. That's also when you went on spring break, just the kids.
Yeah. Drive all the way to Florida.
Yeah, driving to Florida.
Yeah.
Remember, we lost a transmission on 65.
I can't imagine how you grew up.
And
Did
you're
your
out there, and
parents
there's
know
no
anything?
phones to call anyone. You're kind of waving people down.
I'm sorry. I'm
We
laughing
are.
at you, not with you. Oh my God.
I think you reversed that.
No, I said it the right way. I'm laughing at you. Oh my goodness. Well, look at there. There's one segment, Pat.
Okay, well, I don't
11 more
really
to
have
go.
anything else.
Are you gonna tease what that is? Is that like a?
Yeah,
Do you have
see,
gloves?
you know what these are?
Is it
They're,
like
Rash
arm
guards?
sleeves?
they're called sleeves.
Uh-oh.
They're gardener's sleeves.
Oh, with the little thumb.
look really
Makes it look like
classy with those
you're
on.
heavily tattooed. And my arms are so. Have I reached that age?
Oh, no,
Am I
no.
to the age
Just
where
for
you
whatever
have
you
thin
do,
skin?
don't call them guns, okay?
I
Don't.
will say this: the report is, I'm hearing from everywhere that poison ivy is bigger and stronger
It
and
is.
out at this moment more than ever,
Really?
and earlier than it's ever been, and it's not. I'm not going to say deadly, but it sounds like it is really scratchy.
It can really. I mean, if it gets
it's
in
awful.
your
Eyes.
Eyes
throat,
in your
but also in your
areas.
system, in your blood system.
Yeah.
Like Beth got it so bad that then it just came back 3 months later.
David gets it really bad too, blistery. I mean, it's bad.
I beat it.
You beat it?
Yeah, I can't.
Got the monkey
You're a
off your back?
survivor.
It can't get me.
You're a
Don't
survivor.
say,
I'm-
oh my
no.
gosh, knock on
No,
wood.
I'm confident.
How do you? Oh my gosh!
Hey, no, you're
gonna get
arrogant.
Can't
just
get
looking
me
at it.
poison ivy. Mm-mm.
That's why I was.
It's going to bust
Do you
your
know what
butt.
it looks like?
I've never gotten it.
But have
actually,
you
for
seen
real.
Leaves
the-
of three,
Yeah.
let it be.
If it's leaves
Yeah.
of 5, it's Virginia creeper, and it's a weed, but it won't hurt you.
Three leaves.
No, but 5 leaves are okay. But they look the same.
Count the leaves.
I just
Yeah.
jump right into the bushes.
How many different
No fear.
looking ones are there, Denny? I mean,
Virginia
you got poison oak. You got
poison oak, poison sumac, and poison ivy, and then Virginia creeper. Look at you. You could play for the Pacers.
That would be so great though to have. I mean,
tatted out.
yeah.
Yeah, if you're
It's pretty
watching
cool.
Are
on
they
It's
like
pretty real.
coral themed?
on YouTube, Pat has gardener
very-
sleeves on. It makes him look like a,
Well,
I don't know, a Virginia
what are
my
the
princess.
arms
princes
are
of
so
flowers
like.
and-
I think my thin. I'm to that point where I'm. As you get older, you just start bleeding. I mean, you just wake up and just like blood spurts out of somewhere
a
in your
hole?
body. Yeah, oh yeah. That's what happens.
I've never
What
heard
happened to
about
the
this.
show
Is
here?
Oh,
this part of
no.
getting older where you just start
Yes,
to
you hit it.
blood just starts to pop
I'm
out?
going to be 65, and you'll just start
Did
bleeding.
you mention that we were brought to you by the
No, I
Michaelis
haven't got to
Corporation?
that
You were
yet.
too busy talking to
my
Jarrett. You forgot our
goodness.
sponsor.
So, but anyways, these are
So
called
this is gonna
gardeners.
hold in the blood.
Gardeners Defenders. But I think I'm just going to wear them full time.
Wear them to church tomorrow and see if they give you a special
Actually, they
blessing.
make ones that are. We don't have them. I saw it in their catalog. The flag, an American flag.
Oh, that's cool.
You
That
know
would be
who
cool.
else wears those? Are fishermen. Fishermen, because their arms get so
I've
sunburned.
never seen that. I've
Nope,
never
not
seen
seen that.
fishermen with
Nope.
them ever.
Terry, do you live in
I've
Never
Florida?
seen
And I watch fishing shows too. And
You
I
don't
never
don't
see
live
them.
in Florida.
All
They're
the
not
time.
bringing them-
I'm
they're not
I'm in a
bringing-
league. I'm in a league, a fishing league. And,
All
and
right.
nobody, I haven't seen
All
that.
right.
Oh my
I'm going to
gosh.
take this from Terry today. Usually it's Allison that
Hey, you know what is
fact
going on
checks me.
today? And it's just a quick memory, if I
She's
may.
just mad because she doesn't have a microphone.
It's the US 40 garage sale, yard
Oh,
sale.
is it really? Okay.
And one time, you and I
Oh, God.
got in
Here
the
we
car
go again. That's right.
with, I think, Greg Pilcher. And we broadcast the whole morning show, stopping on US 40 to garage sales.
Oh,
you
boy.
remember that?
Yeah, I do.
I had not remembered it until David told me yesterday. Hey,
you know
the
what?
sale's going on.
I wouldn't have remembered it because I remember all the crazy stuff we did. But that's when you said that, I
mean, we got out with a microphone. And
I know, and I remember you. I remember now being at the car broadcasting or throwing it to the news or whatever, and you were out like shopping.
Wow.
Did Vince come with us, or he
Vince
was?
did come with
He
us. I
did.
think Vince was in the car too.
It's the Home and Garden Show, brought to you by the
I'm not
Michaelis
kidding you. It was
Corporation.
so funny.
They're
What a
probably
funny
so
memory.
very-
When you really think about it, what a funny memory.
We're coming right back. 90. Hey, good morning. Welcome back. Pat Sullivan, Denny Smith, Terry Stacy, Allison Lemons. Ethan is behind the board. We're back in studio. The Home and Garden Program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
We're back.
We're back. Oh, God. No, don't change.
Hey, what do you think about the big controversy at the Pacer game with Pat McAfee?
Oh, that's a really great question.
Big fan.
I'm a big fan, too. I don't think it... I think everyone gets too sensitive. It's not like we don't like Timothy Chalamet. I can't say it. I still can't. Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet.
Chalamet. I think everyone likes him.
They do.
But Pacer, you're supposed to boo.
You're supposed to boo. I don't know. I've heard so many different things on why some did not like it, including the language, a couple things like that. But, and then, of course, John Mellencamp comes out.
I know.
2 days
we got the
later,
fight with
John.
Mellencamp,
Come on.
so now that's going to
He
happen.
was reading his social feeds and thought he's going to get into
It's
this
probably
one.
the most he's been talked about in a while. So,
Yeah.
My thing is everything needs context, and he didn't know that he was going to be doing that.
True.
They handed him the mic, and he also didn't know it was going to be televised on national television.
Right.
If that's just played at the Pacers Stadium, that's awesome,
Well,
right? But because it got the TV,
And Timothy Chalamet is actually friends with Pat McAfee, so they thought it was funny. And
Yeah.
then I saw a lot of Knicks fans commenting on social media, be like, "We do that to them when they're at our stadium.
Exactly.
It's part
You know
of
what?
It's part of the sport."
That was another point. It's like if Peyton Manning was shown on camera at the Knicks game,
and Madison Square
Pacer
Garden,
game,
yeah, big boos.
he would get the heck booed out of him.
Yeah.
right?
So it's just like, it's just kind of part of it. I mean, look what happened do you guys hate Tom Brady?
no.
I don't.
I think the shtick is wonderful right now.
I don't. It's
I
just
thought
like,
it was fun. He got booed all four corners, and I thought that was cool.
He loved it, though. You
Yeah.
could tell.
Oh, you
Loved
could tell.
it.
Yeah.
And he totally expected it.
yeah. And he had a
Totally
great thing on
expected it.
social media, too. It's great to have one more successful drive in front of the Colts fans. I thought that was really...
Did you see his
Yeah.
head though? The G-force got him in the second turn, and he just sort of.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, it's like a bad hit from the linebacker.
So,
That was fun, though. Great race last weekend. Great fun for everybody.
yeah. Was the
Everything
race
went
just a week ago?
It was just a week ago.
Seems like
I know.
so
Yeah.
long
There's
ago.
been some conversation that they're from fans wondering if they should move the Grand Prix to the end into the fall. So you have you have just the 500 you focus on now, the
Right.
tradition, but move the Grand Prix to the end of the racing series, and the champion is crowned here by having that race in the fall.
Well, no, that's
Right.
a good idea. The
thing
fans
is,
came up with that.
Obviously, they're taking advantage of the race fans being in town, and that ticket's not free, right?
Right.
So how many people go to the Grand Prix?
Not as many as the 500.
No, but I mean, is it 50,000,
You know, it's very-
75,000,
I've heard 100,000.
100,000?
Heard that number on occasion, but I don't know.
I think
don't know
it would
the
be.
number.
I think it
can't
might be hard
100,000.
for
I bet
them.
it's less.
But might be hard for them to get 100,000 in the fall.
But right,
It's
Because the
football
apple
season.
Right.
apple orchards are open.
right. I think the local fans here would like to have it because now we get another race in May.
Sure.
I mean, other than the race in May, we do have another race out here. We have the Brickyard. We have other things going on, but to have IndyCar back a second time.
Well, I guess we could call Doug Bowles and see what he
Well,
thinks.
you know what? He's probably right.
He's probably still in the camper. Probably nobody told him the race is over.
I'm telling you, from the yellow shirts to Doug Bowles, I mean, it's again an amazing thing, and to see helicopters flying over, leading a pace lap, is
Wasn't that cool?
unimaginable.
Yeah.
And the drivers, Elio's saying, you know what? I just kept up with the underneath. I wanted to see the underneath, so I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to see what it was like to drive.
If there could have been a wreck
underneath
under there.
of the helicopter. But helicopters, it was just incredible from start to finish. It
So,
really was amazing.
I don't want to dive into but I mean, is there any connection to trying to bring back confidence in our military and helicopters after the disaster in New York?
I didn't even think
You
about
didn't
it.
think about it?
I didn't think about
See,
it.
I did right away when I saw helicopters. It's like, oh, They're trying to show us like, hey, we don't run into planes.
Oh, I don't know. I swear I never even thought that about that story when I was watching it. I think people were so shocked that it was happening.
And there were 2 of them. That was even better.
Unbelievable. The sight and the pictures
Right.
people have taken. I mean, people are looking right in from the stands directly into the faces of the pilots. I mean, it's just amazing that could even happen.
I think I could do that in the gyrocopter, but Doug Bowles won't hear anything, any part of it.
I
can
would love
do
to see
that.
And here it comes down the straightaway. It's a
I could do
flying
it.
lawnmower.
I'm telling you, I
They're
could do
going
it.
30 miles an hour.
Local home and
pitched-
garden
Is that a
host
lawnmower in the
Denny
sky?
Smith.
Terry Lynn, just because you're too chicken to get up and...
Sponsored by Toro.
Oh, Lord. I'm just saying Doug Bowles won't hear of it, but I've made the offer. And I've even got the checkered flag motif on the aircraft.
Definitely not.
If I put a 50 caliber machine gun on it, he might think I was National Guard. And he might let it happen.
Sure. You know what? If the Russians saw your plane with a weapon on it, I think they would attack right away.
With a drone. Hey, listen, now for In the Weeds segment, we have got...
Is that coming up next?
It's coming up next. It's the 10 tough as nails plants that you thought were pansies, the ones you cannot kill. This is what we're going to be
And you just mentioned pansy.
Yeah, and I tell you what, you're going to be really good at this. We're going to have a couple quizzes, and I bet you get half of them right.
As long as that gets me a C, that would match my high school and grade school. All right.
In the Weeds coming up, I promise.
239-9393. After In the Weeds, we'll start taking your calls. It could be your lawn. It could be your garden. It could be your love life. Whatever it is, we'll take that call. Or it could be about the Pacer game tonight. 239-9393.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Price Point Comfort Heating and Cooling, your independent American Standard air dealer.
In the construction business and tired of dealing with the indifference of big corporate suppliers? Quality Supply and Tool on South Harding Street understands. For over 25 years, owner Kevin Ane has had a different approach.
We at Quality Supply and Tool take pride in being a locally owned family business committed to serve.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the segment that some people like and some people fear. It is now time for the unsponsored segment.
No, it's sponsored by
In
the
the
E.F.
Weeds.
Marburgers. They got the new spring.
In the Weeds with
they have the
Denny Smith.
They only got 2 days left on this big Shaw sale for E.F. Marburger. Get up there and take a look at it if you need new flooring. All right, in the weeds this week, these are 10 plants that are almost impossible to kill. And again, I bet Pat gets at least 5 of them. I want somebody to try to guess at least one of something. Terry, you're looking at my sheet. You're cheating. You don't have a sheet? Well, come on over here.
Well, no, I'm good.
Okay. All right. So these are the 10 most indestructible plants. So if you go to Sullivan Hardware.
Are these desirable plants?
Some of them are. Some of them are not.
So some of them
I'll
are
give you number
noxious
10.
weeds.
Number 10 is zebra grass. Do you think that's an obnoxious weed?
I believe we sell zebra grass.
I think so. But it's hard to kill. Once it gets started,
Is it pretty?
Yeah, it's got a stripe on it.
Yeah.
Is it? I bet I
The
should try
downside, the downside of them, Terry, is
You
on
smoke
zebra
it?
grass.
You can.
Can you smoke it? Think of it as a tough plant, but as a polite guest. It takes a long time to get established. Once it's established, it's really good. All right, so Pat, number 9 on the list. This is something you sell over there. See, these are all things we sell, but people want to know, well, I want something that's going to live. I don't want to kill it. Hostas.
We try not.
Oh,
Hostas.
God bless
Hostas.
the hostas. My favorite thing.
Yeah.
You can take a hosta that's been implanted, 2 years, dig it up, cut it in half with a spade, replant it, and it'll come back.
My not famous, a hosta story I have when I was younger, in my 20s. I had a lot of kids, so I was doing some gardening and just left some hostas outside all winter long.
You can't kill them.
And they just came right back.
The only thing that'll get them
sitting in a plastic tub on the garden.
Now, deer and slugs love them, but nobody, you can't kill those things. It's like a friend that shows up at every party. They're going to be there every year for you, Pat. All right, now here's another one. It's called Echinacea purpurea.
Oh,
Coneflower.
this is
Coneflower.
such a
See,
coneflower.
Pat got it. Pat got
And
it.
good for
Denny,
you too.
I own a garden
I
center.
know, but would you think these are as tough as these are the 10 toughest according?
Oh.
Well, I'm not going to say according to because then I'll tell you all my secrets. But they say that it's hard to kill them.
They are pretty hardy.
Yeah, they
I'd
say,
say.
it's like the kid says, I'll raise myself. I'll take myself to the dentist.
Coneflowers have come a long way because it's like so many other plants in the the genetics and stuff have advanced. And it used to be you would kind of get yellow, and now I mean it's a rainbow of colors.
Purples, reds, raspberries, they really are pretty cool. Now, Pat, this is another one you sell, and we're going to make some people mad because I hate these plants, but they really are pretty hard. Hemerocallis.
Daylilies.
Daylilies. See, he even knows the Latin terms for these rascals.
Did I mention I own a garden center?
Yep, I said you'd only get 5, so we're going to start getting to the tougher ones here. If plants had a zombie apocalypse friend, this would be the daylilies. This is why I don't like them. They just keep coming back, and they.
Well, the daylily, I'm not into the single. There is a society.
I know
the daylily.
And I'm sure
society.
I'm going to get some email
You've been
about
rotten to that group.
It's a club. It's not a gang.
this.
You know what? The last time that I tangled with the Daylily and Hosta Society, Kent Sterling wrote me a note and said, "What the hell did you say?" This guy is furious.
You've been rotten to them for a
I haven't.
long
I
time.
was trying to
Right.
promote their club.
Hey, this is my segment here, brought to you by
Called
E.F.
them drunks
Marburger.
at one point.
All right,
Well, I said there
I'm
was
gonna
a
give you a
fight
couple
over
more.
a daylily.
Pat, what is liriope? What do we also call it?
Monkey grass.
Monkey grass. All right, so there's your 5. I thought you would get it. It's the Chuck Norris of ground covers, ladies. Monkey grass you could walk on it. It's not. Is it considered a walkable?
I don't think that's proper manners, but I guess you could.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it would maybe not make it. It's not going to kill it.
It's not going to kill. Nothing kills
But
it.
monkey grass, the purple color is the most popular, but there's a variegated green with a white stripe that is very popular as well.
It's
Getting
pretty
more
cool.
popular.
It's getting pretty cool. All right, the next 5, you may get them. Does anybody think of the one plant that's hard to kill? Everybody has them in their yard.
I
I
actually was thinking about margaritas, but not that. No.
Okay. These are the ones I don't like. Yucca.
That's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one. You can dig that thing up, and the root is so far down you can never get that thing out, and it makes babies.
We don't even sell. You know what? We don't even sell them anymore.
What are you doing making babies? I don't need you.
No, it's a cactus's punk rock cousin. I mean, they are impossible to kill.
They
mean,
are.
You could pour ground clear right down on the root, and it's still going to come back.
They do stay green though through the winter, and it's kind of nice to have some green out.
How many do you have?
About 1,007.
I hate them.
Wow.
A lot, because they just keep having children.
One time my friend came over and said, your century plant is blooming. I said, my century plant? He goes, yeah, I've never seen one bloom. He says, they're very famous in Arizona. I go, son, that's a yucca plant, and nothing's going to kill that plant. It'll be here in a century.
There's only one.
There's only one. All right, sedum. Sedum sort of ties everything together. Stone crop. Look at you, Pat. I think you're 7 for 7 now. Virginia creeper, we talked about it, leaves of 5. Once it gets its root going, it will vine up any tree, plant. It's a ground cover, but it's pretty ugly too. Here's one that a lot of people like to put in, but they're not prepared for how quickly it grows, and that's mint. The mint, yeah. Boy, once it gets going, I have some next to my spirea bushes, and it just comes up right in the middle of the spirea.
We always recommend putting mint in a container.
Well, that's good advice. Either that or put down, the steel walls down about a foot and a half.
Pour a footer.
The number one, I'm surprised nobody's named it.
Well, you didn't ask.
Okay, Pteraxum officinale. What is it?
I don't know what that is.
It's a dandelion. You can't. Dandelions.
Well, wait a minute. You just.
Well,
Wait a minute. Those are easy to kill.
Yeah, but not forever. You have to keep at it. They put out 1 million seeds before you.
I don't know why. Why do we hate them? Why not we? I love them. Why do you hate them so much? Why does America hate dandelions?
Because it's the mascot of every weed that's out there.
Do you know you can eat them? A lot of people eat them.
Drink them. I mean, they've been around forever.
You know what? I am concerned about alcoholism in this country. And I think the more dandelion wine that's around, the more people that are going to get hooked.
It's good for your liver.
I say we kill them, and we kill them fast, so we kill them. Now, I will tell you this, that I always recommend to my neighbor, Tim, that he leaves a patch of dandelions in the backyard for early food source for bees.
Oh,
that is a great
my
thing.
next door,
That's
my
what
next
I do.
door
I promote
neighbor
that.
you just went up 10 notches. Well, anyway, dandelions don't just grow; they conquer. So if you've got them, good luck with them. But
I just don't think they're that hard to kill.
You're not going to ever get rid of them, ever. They're going to be there. You might kill one plant, but you're not going to kill.
Sundown Garden takes care of my lawn, and I haven't had a dandelion since they started.
They take care of mine, and I have an occasional.
Well, I bet it's God's favorite plant.
There you go, Terry. Thank you very much. Well, that's In the Weeds, brought to you by the lovely ladies and gentlemen at E.F. Marburger.
I think maybe Jesus, because he seemed...
North Allisonville Road.
Yeah. Well, I just think Jesus seemed to be, with the long hair and stuff, seemed to be a little more of a hippie. He probably liked the dandelions.
Oh, yeah. Before you throw it to break, I want to say
thank you to our listeners.
Either one... It's sending a message, okay?
We have a lovely listener named Paula over on 18th Street.
Saying,
she says,
Jesus, stop with the dandelions.
She says, please reconsider getting and taking physical therapy for your hand injury. Get well fast. You're a listener for years, Paula. And she did it on the back of a soda pop carton and put a stamp on it and mailed it.
Wait, what was the problem? You have a hand injury?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, but she just...
How is that really hand?
Can't even tell.
Wow.
Remind people what happened.
I got in a fight with a hedge trimmer. It bounced off a wall, and I instinctively tried to grab it.
What was the brand? Was it steel?
No, I can't remember what brand it is. It was a battery-operated one. But anyway, my thanks to IU North, the stitches people. 21 stitches, 3 fingers.
Oh, my gosh. Look at the time. Denny, you need to stop talking.
All right.
We're coming right back with more 93 WIBC.
Kendall and Casey.
You just heard him mention dignity.
Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity.
Dignity.
He's turned into Randy Marsh from South Park. It's America. I'm sorry. It's America.
It's about dignity.
Yes.
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Kenville and KC. Weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
You know, I love the folks over at EF Barber.
You know that I can use hey, good morning. Welcome back. Saturday's Home and Garden Program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens.
Michaelis happens to help you through it.
You guys are creepy. Woo! Creepy.
We're here till 1 o'clock. Oh, no, we have IU football. So we were out of here at 12 o'clock. We're replaying the game from September 12th.
What a memorable game.
That was a good one.
Hey, you want to tell us about Remembering Rita? That's
yes, I
week.
do.
That's a week away now.
Yes. Thank you very much, Denny. Remembering Rita, it's to benefit the Alzheimer's Association. My mother passed away from Alzheimer's. It's a miserable disease. So we have a barbecue every year to remember my mom and to raise money and awareness for the Alzheimer's Association.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal. It's our Keystone location. And if you come out, too, you'll get a kind of a sneak peek of our new grill palace that is under construction right now.
Have they got the glass in yet?
They do.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
So in case it rains, we've got a place to be.
We do.
Yeah.
That's right.
How about that?
I mean, everything's covered.
You've got the shelter, and then but where we will be.
Yeah. So it's you make a donation, and it's a great buffet, barbecue buffet, I should say. And we have, who's playing, do you know? Is it Boogie Nights? We
Yes,
have
Boogie Nights.
live music.
Yep, Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights will be there. And then you'll have a chance to win a Weber grill.
Oh, nice.
No, not Weber. We don't like Weber anymore.
Oh.
A Big Green Egg is what I meant to say.
Oh.
Yep.
It's a long story. I'll find out later.
What's that?
Why we don't like Weber.
Because they dumped us, remember?
Oh, that's right.
We're still in the grieving stage.
You know the funny thing about that whole thing that happened is that somebody clipped that audio, and they're sending it around to all over the country to the.
Breaks your heart, doesn't it?
No, it's business. So
business.
If you didn't hear, so we are a Do It Best and True Value member, and then there's other distributors and Weber for our channel. This doesn't affect the box stores or online. This just affects our channel, as they call it in the biz. We call it our channel, which is independent hardware stores. And so they got in bed with Ace and so Weber. So we've been now they still want me to carry Weber, but I would have to buy it from Ace. That's kind of our competitor. So I have found that out since the last time.
There's a whole nother side, a whole nother kind of underground working element and political, really, on how hardware business really is doing.
They want me to beg. They want
Don't
me
do
to.
it.
They want me to kneel to the throne of Ace Hardware, and I won't do it.
You know what? Every business has it. The plumbers always got sidetracked because manufacturers were trying to sell more product, and plumbers were clumsy at marketing anything. So they went around them, and they started going to the big box stores who sell probably as many faucets as a plumber does now. And it's a channel. That's a good way to say it.
Yeah.
Do you think smaller hardware stores who do carry Weber, they will continue to?
No, they'll have a really hard time getting it.
Okay, so do you think they'll just?
Because what they depend on, the thing about a co-op, whether it's Ace, True Value, Do It Best, is that it's that weekly truck. Your truck comes from your distribution center every week, pretty much the same time. And if, a small guy in a small town, maybe has a customer that needs a grill, he sold a grill, so he can get that one grill. So it's going to be really hard. So it's really pooping on, smaller guys in small towns.
I saw a grill the other day. Don't even know what kind it was, but it was like a $3,000 grill.
Yeah.
And what is the coolest thing about the grills of today that you've ever seen when it comes to, this thing was lighting and, you can do stuff on, you can do everything by your phone.
I think that's what it is. It's the technology that's on the grills, whether it's...
they're smart grills.
They're smart grills. But you know what? With Wi-Fi, do you know what it's like? It used to be when people would call and they had a problem with the grill, it's like, hey, it's not lighting. Or,
right.
Or hey, there's like, now it's like, hey, it won't hook up to the Wi-Fi. It's like, oh.
Wow.
So, but that, and then all the cool lights and stuff.
The lights are cool.
The backlights, that blue backlight on the Napoleon. I think that's at night. You think that looks good?
Napoleon has down on the ground, it says Napoleon. And last time, because I was listening to that clip, I had said, like, how cool it would be if you could put the recipe in. It would just scroll the recipe across the ground.
Don't bite your tongue, because it's going to happen.
I bet you it is. I bet it's right around the corner with the way that everything that they can do now with a grill. And part of the fun, I think, in the olden days of grilling,
Was the fires.
Was never knowing, right? And I mean, you really had to sit by it.
Yeah.
And you had to turn things and watch things.
And
wonder. And so much of it, that was kind of the whole experience. It's just gotten better and better and better.
It has.
You think about how quickly that has come.
Yeah, it is the technology is amazing, but it does make for a little more difficult if problems pop up. But we're probably going to go with Napoleon. And Napoleon is American made.
Yay.
In Canada, right? Is Canada part?
Not yet.
Well, it's part of North America. Hey, I want to.
That's the one. That's one of them that we want.
We
now.
got 30 seconds. Let us know about Remembering Rita. How much does it cost? What is Remembering Rita? How much does it cost?
Okay, I told everyone what it was.
Yeah, okay, but how much is it? Is it free?
Why are you asking me? Ask
Because
Allison. How much does it cost, Allison?
You guys,
that's next week's.
This is your business.
Hold on. We'll find out. Okay, I don't know.
I just want our listeners to know that
I get it. I think they should just come anyways, whether it's 50, 100, or $25. You come out, you'll get to see Denny.
Oh Lord,
that ought to be worth something. All right, we're down to our last 9 seconds.
We have a great guest coming up.
Who's that?
Owner of Beasley's. Calvin's going to be with us and talk about the U-Pick strawberry farms.
Well, how about that? We're coming right back. 93 WIBC.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios.
You know what? The reason I'm going to say 22.
That's close. I'll take it. I'm 25, though.
25, because you're sitting in the dark, and I just think of that as something. As I look into the news booth, is that what
the news booth?
It's just completely dark. Is there not? Do we not have a light in there for you?
Let me see if I can make some adjustments real quick.
Well, I just think that that's why it made me think he was in his 20s, because I feel like people in their 20s sit in dark rooms.
You're so right. Every time I come in,
there you go. Now I can see. Oh, a fine-looking young man.
Light.
Yeah, every time I come in the room and there's a board op and it's dark, I already know it's from someone from UND in their 20s.
Yeah. There you go. Look at that. What a fine looking.
No, that's funny.
He's got a face for TV.
Yeah. Whoa.
Never heard that one before. Yeah. It's been a face for radio usually.
Well, you know.
That's Sullivan.
All right. Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right. If you need any help, if you need us to track down any stories or witnesses, we're here for you.
All right. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Jared, the WIBC News Center. All right. We have a very special guest coming up, and that is Calvin Beasley from Beasley's out in Danville. We'll be visiting with him.
Well, some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys, that really the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools, power tools, power tools, power tools.
Hey, good morning. Welcome. Pat Sullivan here along with Denny Smith. Terry Stacy is here, although she didn't have a microphone, but we're making
sharing.
do. We're sharing. Allison is sharing her microphone. And then we have Ethan is behind the board. We're brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
That just sounds like a spook coming through my telephone wire, you know?
We like to keep you on your toes.
That's right.
You know, sounds like a kazoo.
When we do that, we turn and face each other, and I just feel like Ethan's eyes just bore into my soul.
Wow. You've been reading again.
Hey, joining us on the program is Calvin Beasley from Beasley's. Hey, Calvin.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How's the season going so far? Just getting started?
We're kind of right in the middle of the strawberry season right now. But it's been a good spring. You know, the weather's been a little unusual, just like it has for every spring as long as any of us can remember. But overall, these mild temperatures that we've been having have been really, really good for the perennial crops. So things like strawberries, apples, raspberries, things of that nature. So
that's that's good news for something, right? But what has it done? Has it been okay for business? I mean, we have garden centers and we're doing okay. I mean, it's just been a lot of ups and downs with the weather.
Yeah, and we see that too. But like overall, I mean, a day like today, we're used to picking berries, 85, 90 degrees. So people come out in the morning, and then the afternoons will be quite quiet this time of year. So we've been pretty happy keeping it in the 60s and 70s because people are out all day, and they're not getting overheated. We haven't had to have any, EMTs to come out to the farm yet.
That's good.
Hot, so.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Hey, Calvin, it's Terry. Hey. And I just wanted the Beasley family and this particular farm, it goes back a ways, generations. Can you tell everybody about this story?
Yeah, so I'm third generation here. My grandparents bought the original 80 acres in 1946. We started planting apple trees in the 60s and 70s. My dad did that. And then when my mom and him got married in the 80s, they started doing retail and what you would call the beginning of the agritourism operation. So hay rides, corn maze, festivals, that type of thing. And I came back to the farm in 2015 and took over. So I'm about a decade in. And we're now up to 250 acres of production. And we are open year-round. And we have festivals and events and U-Picks going for as much of the season as we possibly can.
So you were... You worked in the business as a child and then off to another career and came back?
I came back right out of college.
Okay.
So I left people ask me all the time if I went to Purdue, and I didn't. I'm an IU grad. And when I went off to college, I didn't really plan on coming back. But over the course of my time at IU, I decided this is what I wanted to do, and haven't looked back since.
Because it is a problem for business owners a lot of times, family businesses, that the kids don't want to, especially in the hardware business, the kids don't want to take over mom and dad's business. But I would think Beasley's is so fun, and you get a lot of, because you're really selling a lot of experience and joy to people.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and it's a tremendous amount of work, and it's very stressful, just like anybody who's in agriculture can tell you. But it's something that if you're passionate about it, getting to share that with members of the public is something that's really special. And I think it's something that we don't have enough of. We try to be very educational in everything that we do with our business. And it's really neat to get to connect people with their food a little bit.
Calvin, this is Denny Smith, and I fly over Beasley's because 2R2, the Hendricks County Airport, is right south of you. But I can't figure what's the best. I haven't been out there forever. What's the best way to get to you folks? You can't get off 36. Do you get to you guys off of Old 36? What's the best way to get to Beasley's?
Yeah, so we're located on Old US 36, or East Main Street is how you would find it, in Google Maps or whatever app you're using.
Right.
Yep. So the best way to get to us depends on what part of town you're coming from. If you're coming from the north side, you just take 465 down to Rockville Road 36 and take that all the way west. You can also take 74 to Ronald Reagan, take that down to 10th Street or to Rockville Road, and then take that west.
If you come from Rockville Road,
I think I'm just going to Uber.
No. When you get to Rockville Road, as you come in, you'll know to turn right on Old US 36 by all of the warehouses or the U-Rent warehouses. There's I remember them as orange, but you can turn there and then go down to Beasley's.
Yeah, they're actually blue now.
They're blue now. Okay.
Self-storage place. Yep.
There we go.
I wish you wouldn't have.
There's a cabin coffee right there too.
Calvin, I wish you wouldn't have told him that. I would have rather him get lost.
Yeah, we don't know if you want him there, but Calvin, I've noticed, or one of my favorite things about Beasley's, to be honest, is you guys have so many U-picks, and I feel like you keep adding things every year. Why do you think so many people want to participate in these U-picks? Because I feel like they're getting more and more popular.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people want an experience, and I think that ties right back to kind of having that connection with their food. They get to see where it's grown, how it's grown. They get to see the plant. For a lot of people that come out to pick some of these things, they might never have seen a strawberry plant up close or a raspberry plant. So they get to have that opportunity. Obviously, there's the agritourism side of it, which is, it's a very photogenic environment. So people get to have really cool pictures, and, we get tons of really cute tags on social media, people with their kids and families and stuff. But our goal is to eventually get to where we have something to pick from Memorial Day all the way to Halloween. And we're getting very close to that. We do strawberries right into raspberries. We have our cut flowers, so we do zinnias, a few other flowers. We have the Sunflower Festival, and then in early August we jump right into apples. So
right now you're in
the it gets nice and warm.
And right now you're in the U-pick of strawberries, right? Because I actually this week one of my friends, I was over at their house and I was obsessed with their strawberries. It tasted like candy, and then I asked where they got it from. It was, of course, Beasley's. How do you guys? Do you have any tips for people who are trying to grow their own?
Well, it really depends on the type of system that they're trying to grow them in. So strawberries are pretty cool because they're so adaptable. I mean, you can grow them in containers, you can grow them in hydroponics, you can grow them in a matted row system, which is sort of the traditional commercial system for the Midwest. You can grow them in a plastic culture system, which is what we do, sort of a modified perennial plastic culture system. But the main thing with them is they don't like wet feet. So they need to be in a well-drained area, and then they need to be protected in the winter. That's the other thing. They are not hardy enough to withstand an Indiana winter on their own. So they're only hardy down to about 10 degrees. Any lower than that, they need to be covered with some sort of insulating material. We just use straw on our farm, but that will get them through the winter and have them come back strong in the spring.
And about how long does you picking for strawberries last? Because I think you're in the midst of it right now, right?
Yeah, this is sort of what we would call like the peak right now. We've been going for about not quite 2 weeks, we probably have another 10 days of really good picking in front of us. And those are our primary varieties. And then we do have a very late maturing variety that will actually come on about 2 weeks from now. It'll just start, and then it'll go for 2 to 3 weeks.
That's what I was. Yeah, my question. How many varieties do you grow?
So for our primary varieties that ripen in the main season, we have 4, and then we have that 5th one that comes on later. So there's five main ones. We always are experimenting with other ones to see, how they work out for us. But the main ones that we grow are Yambu, Galetta, Dar Select, Flavorfest, and then that late maturing one that we really, really like is called Malwina. And that's the best tasting of the whole bunch, but it is super late.
I wish there was one that kind of had a hint of chocolate to it. You know what I mean? Like a hint of chocolate to it. What is the best way, once we pick them fresh off the vine and we've got them, now what do we do with them? How do we store them so that we get the longest, so we can keep them forever? Well,
yeah,
not forever.
The best thing to do is to just put them in your fridge. They should be refrigerated. We try to keep them at about 33, 34 degrees. We also always let people know that if they come out and pick really early in the morning, or if they're picking when it's raining, they need to get those berries dry before they store them. So our crew will not pick if there's dew on the plants or if it's raining, because if you put those berries into refrigeration when they're wet, you're going to have some problems popping up. So it's always best to store the fruit once it's dry.
Yeah, Calvin, you guys used to press your own ciders. You ever think about doing strawberry wine?
Well, we still press our own cider. We press quite a bit of it, and we actually have a strawberry hard cider that is in the market. So that is a blend of our award-winning sweet cider that we mix with strawberry puree that we make from the strawberries here grown on the farm.
I like your style, man.
There you go.
I like your style.
Calvin Beasley. Thank you, Calvin. We appreciate it. Great job. Everyone's clapping. Here you go.
That's studio audience.
We'll see you at Beasley's. Thanks, Calvin.
Sounds good. Have a great one.
So that, did we even get the hours?
No, I was hoping you would ask, but that's okay.
Oh, shoot.
They're online, beasleysorchard.com, where all their hours and U-Picks available.
In Danville, what was the name of that last strawberry?
It started with an M.
Malwina.
Like marshmallow, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that was a little insider tip.
Yeah, it really was.
He said that was late season, so I'm going to keep my eye out for that.
Yeah, just keep going.
Speaking of an insider to Windows, George Faber joins us on the program.
Was that a smooth transition? George, you should be pretty impressed with that one.
Yeah. How you doing, George?
I'm fine. How are you doing, Pat, Denny?
Good.
Yeah, that was nice and smooth, Pat.
Yeah, like a piece of 40 grit sandpaper. You have to know grit to know that's coarse. Right. Okay. What's going on at B Window?
Well, we're doing a lot of work right now with people who have window and siding projects where they want to pretty much change the look of the house, and we're doing our fiberglass siding product that's called Ascend. Has really nice dark embossment on it, and it's a lot nicer looking than vinyl. Mm-hmm. And then with our Infinity product, which is also fiberglass composite and makes the home totally maintenance free, lifetime warranties on both the windows and on the siding, and it's pretty awesome. And we can show the customer what the house is going to look like by taking a picture of the existing house, and then we can show the different, if we put colors and the different styles on the windows, we can show you exactly what the project's going to look like when it's finished. And which is really important. One of the big things, as all of us know, with any contractor, it's the trust, knowing, just like someone who has some issue with your store, they trust and know that you'll take care of any issue. And we're the same way. I think it's the reason over the 42 years we've been in business that we've worked for over 80,000 people in the state of Indiana, and all with products made in the USA, nothing that is imported in any way. And we're all proud to be an employee-owned company. All of our employees are shareholders in the company, and I think it's one of the things that helps us do quality work. And one of the things we're doing right now, Pat, is we're offering our customers 18 months, no interest, no payments on all projects, and that's no interest, no payment, and no down payment. So some of these projects are larger, and being able to pay it over 18 months has really helped a lot.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is and that's a big deal with the interest rates where they are right now. So. A great deal. All right, George, we appreciate you taking some time. So I'm going to have people call 800-233-0169. That's 800-233-0169. For the specials, all the interest and saving, all that, all you have to do is set up an appointment. It's not like they're going to ask for a credit card number here. You're going to have someone from B come out, and they're going to check out what you want to do. They'll give you some ideas. They'll give you an estimate, and you go from there. So no pressure there. 800-233-0169, bwindow.com.
That's Faber's B-Window. Trust me.
Look around. Your home could probably use some updates.
When this fellow died, he had, I think it was 200,000 people in Hawaii. He was a heavy fellow. He weighed about 490, 500 pounds. But he played the ukulele, and he was a favorite son of the Hawaiians. And his burial at sea was, just Google it sometime. It was really, really something.
You know, this song, I believe, was recorded at 2 a.m. He woke somebody up, had an idea, and...
That's how he did it? He was
I think that's true.
Amazing guy.
I believe it.
I can't pronounce his last name. First name was Israel, but everybody knew it as Is.
239-9393 is her number. We're here till 1 o'clock taking your calls, so jump on board. You know, somebody asked me the other day, and I had an instant reaction answer. A gentleman looked at me and said, hey, is it too late to put down crabgrass control? I said, oh, yeah, it's too late. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. Is it too late?
Because it's been cooler?
It's been cooler. Here's a little story from Beth swims in the morning with the master swimmers. You know, it's like adult swim, you know.
Oh, good for her.
And it's early in the morning. I think she leaves the house like at 5:30, which is like,
good heavens.
But anyway, so they always, on the north side, they're all over the city, the masters swimming. But she's either always at like North Central or Lawrence Central, one of those pools. They're beautiful pools, of course. But then in the summer, then they moved to Rivy, the Riviera Club.
Oh, off Illinois?
Yeah, right after Memorial Day. They made those plans. They went ahead and did that. It was so cold, they had to go back to the high schools because it was so cold.
Yeah.
So
unless you have wet
it is, and they said they've never had to do that before.
Yeah, I noticed Brian Wilkes, the weather guy, he was talking about that yesterday. He was saying how chilly it's been compared to past Mays. It's been a while.
And in some ways, it's good for gardeners to work in the cool, but at the same time, there's been some cold. There's been a fair amount of rain.
Yeah.
So it's kind of that, you know, what do we want? We want to be outside and work in kind of a sunny 68 to 74 degrees, something like that.
We've always got to bitch about something. Humidity, heat.
And now it looks
cold.
like it's gonna kind of kick into the 80s.
So the answer to the question is maybe it might not be too late.
That is absolutely, because they do have most of those have post-emergent control and will kill crabgrass even in the 2-leaf stage. So I guess maybe it's just funny because it's like, my gosh, tomorrow's June 1st.
Isn't that amazing?
And we normally would not. Now, here is, but it brings up another interesting thing. It's like, okay, so if you did let's say that you put on your crabgrass control earlier, we always suggest mid-April, second, third week of April. Let's just say that you jumped the gun a little bit because you saw other companies out and you put it down in March.
Well, then you burn through your protection.
Yeah, so if you're mid-March, say you went mid-March to mid-April to May.
I'm surprised this got past you because you're always wanting to sell something.
Well, I'm getting there.
Okay.
So it's possible you've run out of control and you need to reapply.
Now you need to reapply. There he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you saw the eyebrows go up on YouTube.
But it is kind of, I just hadn't even thought about it. It's like, wow. So I guess I don't really know the answer, but here's what I do know. If you've had fungus on your lawn, put fungicide down now.
Now, before it gets hot and humid, because it's coming. You can just see. Well, in fact, next week we're supposed to be in the 80s again.
Yeah, I would get, if you've had it, and even if you haven't had it, and if you have a bluegrass lawn, an older lawn, that I would definitely get it down. The turf type tall fescues are much more disease resistant, but our old common seeds, which were bluegrass, fine rye, and some fine, not turf type tall fescue, but regular fine fescues, they'll get disease on it, especially the bluegrass. So there you go.
Hey, we got time to talk to. Now, when we come back, we've got Peggy and Brett.
Hi, Peggy.
Oh, he does that to embarrass me, Peggy.
No, I didn't. Ethan and I had a plan.
Oh.
So
I hear you.
Hi, Peggy.
You don't believe him, but
Hi.
you heard him.
Yeah, I don't believe him, but I hear him.
Yeah. What's up?
Okay, I have a question. My son's looking at an older house, and when they did the inspection, the guy said I would get the foundation looked at because some of the brick, it's a brick on the side of the house. It's not a regular concrete. So who would you all recommend?
Our show sponsor is Michaelis. They do it. I also am a spokesman for Indiana Foundation. You can find them at indianafoundation.com. You can do the same thing with Michaelis. They're both great companies, and a lot of people like to get two bids, but there you go.
But you need to find out, and they'll let you know whether it's just a superficial cracks or if there's really something to it. So and they're both really reliable. So I would but definitely have it looked at for sure.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good luck, Peggy.
Peggy, thanks for the call.
Have a great day.
You too. Our number 239-9393. Speaking of, we're joined by Zach from the Michaelis Corporation. Hey, Zach.
Hey, good morning. Peggy, you can call me. Anyway, going on.
All right, smooth, Zach. I like it.
By the way, that's called Malwina that Calvin was talking about earlier.
Malwina.
Wina. I instantly Googled it after he said it.
Oh, so I thought you were a strawberry grower.
I'm about to be. Is what I've learned this morning.
I know. Doesn't it make you want to have strawberries?
It does.
Yeah, no, I've actually wrote down Beasley's Farm, and I plan on that seems like a nice little date, on a Saturday or Sunday, nice little stop in and take the wife out to it.
That's romantic.
Hey, I have a quick question before we start talking about Michaelis. What's your grandma have to say about what's going on up in her hometown? It's really hit the news, dude.
Dude, Atlanta,
Indiana.
It's like once again, it's like one of those things with like the inside horse where she's like, I don't know, but then she'll like put some kind of detail out there, and I'm like, do you not know, or do you know, like what's actually going on? But
we're referring to a old murder that happened in. Was it
in a car?
80s, 90s, 70s?
70s, I think. 70s, 80s. But it was also a car theft ring. And it, I don't know.
I think the murder is probably the bigger part of the story.
So, like you said, that was so gruesome.
Yeah.
My gosh.
So anyways.
Yeah. But Zach's from Atlanta.
It's been wild.
Zach is from Atlanta. So, and possibly involved.
Yeah.
In the cover.
Have you been interviewed yet? I mean, they know you're a talker. Yeah. Are they going to interview you?
I mean, they should. I mean, if I knew anything, they definitely would get it out of me really quick.
All right. So, what's going on? What's going on with the folks at Michaelis? What's really busy right now?
Well, water, obviously, with all the rain, but we've kind of moved into the mold or microbial growth season as well, where people are just getting those smells from the crawl space or. I was in a house this week that had high levels of Stachybotrys, and they've been living in the home. And I'm like,
Stachybotrys is the black mold that you normally see. Some of the molds you don't see, but
I thought that was a strawberry.
Yeah, Stachybotrys is the worst of the worst. I mean, you can get really sick with that.
Yeah. It is a concern, definitely if you have children or elderly around. I saw it on their the report, and I was kind of questioning, are you feeling sick? Have you been feeling sick? Do you wake up with headaches? These kind of things, and they just played it off like it was normal, allergens. And I'm like, we need to figure out where this is to take care of it. And what happened is it's an old water loss that wasn't taken care of properly, and it has grown to hold the Stachybotrys. It's usually not the first one to the party, is what I'll call it. We just Michaelis has been dealing with water and unfortunately mold, but we also are in the progress of moving. We've outgrown the 56. We've been growing and growing and growing to where we're moving out of the 56 building and moving down towards Long's Bakery.
On 16th Street.
Yeah, that area. Yes. So it's exciting. I'm pumped for it. I've never really been involved with something like this, so it's exciting time.
It's a good time to take a vacation, Zach. Let me warn you. You don't want to move a business. I'm telling you, I've done it twice, and I swear I'll never do it again.
So I'm going to take a note real quick so I can talk to Richard. Denny said take vacation.
Yeah, Denny said that you need to start your strawberry patch that week.
That's right. With those Stachybotrys starts that you're getting.
Yeah. So and that goes to everybody. If anybody is dealing with any mold or unexpected allergens, is how I'll put it. Give us a call. If you need like air sampling or even just for me to crawl around in your lovely crawl space, I can. This is a story from 2 weeks ago. I got into a crawl space and there was a fox in it down in Martinsville, which is a first. I've never witnessed a red fox in a crawl space, and I immediately started negotiating. I was like, I'm not fast enough to get out of here. You're small and fragile. Let's just go our separate ways.
They're not fragile. They will bite you.
But
like
that's
a
crazy,
snake.
though.
Yeah.
That's what we always talk about. It's like,
You never know.
you can't just ignore the crawl space or the basement. You got to take care of those things.
So I pulled up to the residence and I saw the fox sitting on the porch, and I was like, oh, that's cool. He got a little fox statue. And then he moved, and I was like, oh, that's great. I will see him in about 10 minutes. So this is awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, but we're gonna help them out and take. There's a hole that is in the crawl space vent that he has created, and we're gonna seal that up and make sure that he isn't able to get in there, and any other rodents as well. But it's one of those things that you just kind of add to your storylines of
things. Things that you found in the crawl space.
It could really be its own reality show.
I think that might be better than snakes, though.
Yeah.
Hey, Zach, we got to run, man. It's great hearing from you.
Hey, one last thing. I just want to say and give a shout out to everybody. Go Pacers tonight. I've never had so much anxiety in my life about a sports venue or a basketball game in my life.
I know.
Let's go. Let's take it home. Let's send them home with a tenderloin sandwich is how I'm thinking.
There you go. Right. Thanks, man. It's the Michaelis Corporation. The number 844-FIX-INDY. That's 844-FIX-INDY. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Price
I love that driving bass drum behind it.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back. Pat Sullivan, Denny Smith, Terry Stacy, Allison Lemons, and Ethan is behind the board. Our number 239-9393. What did I read? People, you can watch the show on our YouTube channel. Allison?
Yeah, just go to YouTube and search WIBC, where the first one says Live Home and Garden. You can watch just in studio.
Yeah.
But the chat's fun, too. You can ask us questions or just kind of talk to everybody.
Richard was asking the name of the sleeves I was wearing.
Oh, yes. You have these fancy new sleeves you're showing off.
Gardner's Defense is in my head, but I'm not really sure if that's right or not.
Is it not on the tag?
No.
Oh. But, yeah, you have these, sleeves that you can put on, and they're called gardening sleeves that I guess protect you.
It says reprieve.
Reprieve. That sounds fancy.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
I'll find out. So, but you can watch the show as well. So there you go. 239-9393. We have.
Hey, by the way, before you jump on that, you saw that Loretta Swit from MASH had passed away this week?
Yeah.
I just got a beep that said Peter Yarrow from Peter, Paul, and Mary has passed away.
No.
Yeah.
He was a surviving member, I believe.
I think he was, and he was the original author of Puff the Magic Dragon.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it just popped up in my feed. But so
It's also called Farmer's Defense arm sleeves.
Okay. There you go.
There you go.
All right. Is everybody ready? Everybody ready?
We're ready.
Here we go.
I was born ready.
Brett joins us on the program. Hi, Brett.
Everybody was ready but Brett.
Yep.
Hey, Brett.
Hi, Brett.
Are you driving?
Okay.
That was enough of that.
All right. That's pretty good. So, do we have a little preview of Draft Corner?
This is cool. I've been watching Terry practices before she does the real one, or she loads the chamber with a live shell. Yeah. But this is really cool. This is stuff we all have at home, and I'm going to give one clue. I'm just going to say the word pipe cleaner. And until I got in the
Takes
plumbing
everyone
trade,
back to their childhood.
I never knew what a pipe cleaner was for. It's for cleaning the orifices on gas fixtures. You know, the little brass orifice that you screw in, and the bigger ones are, of course, for natural gas, the little ones. No, but I never knew that as a kid until I got into the trade. We always had to have one of these in our toolbox.
As a kid, we just love pipe cleaners.
I know. How many kids do you know that bent them in half and stuck them up their nose?
None, Denny.
None?
You?
Oh, that was Speedway. I mean, we learned how to do that.
Speedway. Get under the bus.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Hey, you know what? The other big news this morning was, how about the swim trials coming back in 28?
It's pretty cool.
When you do it right.
Nice job,
When
Indy.
you do it right, you get another invitation.
Nice job. We just have a great setup here.
It's a great time. No, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Everybody had a great time. It was a great success. So they're back.
Yeah. And then on the flip side, I had somebody that told me yesterday, it's like, I don't like coming south of 96th Street. It's too hard on the cars. So we have, on one hand, the swim trials are coming back in 28 to Indianapolis. And the other side, we have people in Hamilton County don't want to travel on the roads in Indianapolis.
Tim Hinchy from USA.
No, you really can't.
I really can't blame
We
him.
had Tim Hinchy from USA Swimming at the parade last year, remember? Or maybe it was 2 years ago. But he's really tight with the Carmel swim coach, Chris Palmer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but Tim was he's a good guy.
That's exciting.
It is.
Very exciting. And we went, Beth went 2 nights, I went 1 night, and we will definitely go again. It was a lot of fun. But as far as the roads,
There's no way. You know, you're coming from. Don't get me started. Because this whole bus thing.
Oh my God!
I know.
They have got it. Washington Street. You could not make it more impossible, city, for anybody on the east side to come downtown.
They are stone deaf to us. They are getting all this feedback, and
They
yet
don't care.
the
They
buses
got
are
the money.
empty.
They're in their own
got
echo
their
chamber.
money.
The bus that was in the accident a week ago.
Yep.
No riders.
No
so
riders.
that nobody had to go to the hospital.
The billions of dollars, federal dollars. is how
Yeah,
they got
usually when there's a bus accident with 6 people on it, there's usually 18 claims.
And try to go north
You hear
on
that
Illinois
story there?
Street.
Everybody
Yeah.
jumps on the bus when there's a bus gets in an accident.
But try to go north on Illinois between the bike lanes the buses and stuff. This is crazy.
Well,
this is just
they've
nuts.
got Washington Street now down from Irvington closed, from Irvington to down here to State Street, and it goes all the way out to
I just
Cumberland.
think I think the priorities are just a little screwed up. We should start with really good passable roads.
Please.
Just start there.
Yeah.
And then later we can come out with your fancy green paint that you want to put all over everything. It's just like and I know some of this is federal money, and I get that, but there's got to be some state and local money that's going into this.
Walk away from it. Why take money to do something stupid?
How about this? How about this? Smaller buses that come quicker, that come more buses. How about that?
How about that?
Now they've got buses with trailers on
Now
them.
we have a fake train.
Yeah.
I told you we got to go, but my kids who don't, because young people do not listen to local media, and they were.
What'd you say?
Yeah. Yeah. Ethan, who goes, what's going on in Atlanta?
Yeah.
It's like, well, you don't listen to the local news. But my kids, they said, because they were making the big deal, it's like, they said, well, when's the train going to start? It's like, it's not a train. It's a bus. They go, it's a bus? Why is there a train station? It's like, oh, stop. All right, we're coming right back with more 93.
Purged me. I've been purged here.
WIBC.
Another update is just minutes away.
Russia takes a little more of Ukraine. 4 border villages,
367 drones and missiles.
Hear the news.
The Indy 500 $20 million purse.
It's overwhelming. It's amazing.
As events happen.
A shooting just a block north of Cambridge Fieldhouse. Man was shot. He's in bad shape.
We'll happen to be there.
Kayaker found a man's body floating in the Fall Creek in the water for quite some time.
93 WIBC Mobile News.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Sullivan Hardware and Garden in Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan and Fishers. Got some specials going on. Find a $35 or more plant. Could be a hanging basket, could be a shrub. You get $10 off. So that is one per customer. But you know what?
If it's a husband and
come
wife,
back tomorrow.
Can we split the order?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I don't care.
We're going to write a check, too.
The Adirondack chairs, these never, ever, ever go on sale, but Berlin Garden has given us a little map holiday, as they call it in the biz, and you can get 2 standard finish Adirondack chairs for $550.
No way.
You can get the natural finish, 2 of them for $630. We also now carry Trex furniture, which is poly, and it's a little more value. I mean, if it's the Berlin Garden is a little too much for the budget, check out Trex. Got some really good stuff, some really great prices. So, what was the other thing that was? Sullivan. Let's just stick with me. So, no, Denny is here. Terry is here. Allison is here. You can watch our program, which I think is fascinating, quite honestly.
That somebody would watch us?
No.
Oh, you're enjoying looking at yourself.
Yeah.
You've got a whole camera to yourself.
You do have a great background.
Still a little dark.
Allison, you did well on that.
Still a little dark, but better than it was. Yeah. But anyways, so I was looking at the board to see if there was calls, and I noticed that there was red circles with a slash through it. Mm-hmm. And I said, hey, Ethan, what are those red circles with? So he goes, and he answered just like Greg Hansberry, an old board op who is now on radio in Ohio. He goes, I don't know. That's always how Hansberry. Well, as soon as he cleared it, the lines filled up. So we're going to take a couple calls here.
He accidentally was blocking all the calls.
Yeah.
I was just building momentum for us.
Yeah. Hey, Jim. Jim joins us on the program.
Yes, hi there.
What's up?
Hello.
Hi, Jim.
It's all you, Jim. Start talking.
What's up? Hey, can you hear us, Jim?
Jim,
can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, what's up? What's going on? What's your question?
My issue, a critter problem. We live in a condo, so we have a small backyard with a block wall across the backyard. And I noticed, let's say, 6 or 8 weeks ago, some digging at the base of the block wall. Very small, 1 or 2 inch diameter hole, little bit of dirt pushed out. Well, just in the last 2 or 3 days, I looked at it again, and there's must be 2 bushels of gravel, dirt that's been dug out of that same diameter hole. And first thought weeks ago was chipmunk. Now I have no idea what could dig out that much heavy-duty
groundhog
behind that wall.
It's a groundhog, and you can eat them.
You know what? I would say that it's a chipmunk. Because,
For the gravel?
Because of the gravel. And if you don't see any surface runs anywhere else in the lawn, if it was wintertime or going into fall, then we could expect to see a mole that was digging deep, and you would get that kind of plume of I guess it could be gravel, but it's mainly dirt. But chipmunks will definitely pull gravel out.
What about a gopher? A gopher or a weasel?
A weasel?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a chipmunk.
I think
Danny.
it's a chipmunk. I'm just testing you.
Yeah. Do you see chipmunks around?
How do I treat it?
You treat them harshly. So with a chipmunk, the best way would be to you could live trap them, and then you take them on a little trip. Even though the experts say if you take a chipmunk more than 2 miles away from its home, it will not survive. So I would use a trap, like a rat trap.
There's a drop-off at Sullivan Hardware at 71st and Keystone, but they have to be in a live trap, but you can drop them off there.
Yeah. So, and a lot of people don't like to do that, and you need to cover that trap if you do a rat trap, so that so birds don't get in and domestic animals, all that kind of thing. So I know that's not a popular thing, but it's a humane way to take care of a chipmunk. Some people want to put out poison, and I find that inhumane. Some people like to drown them in chip and dip, and I find that inhumane. So either chip and dip, like you put a 5-gallon bucket with half full of water, you put sunflower seeds floating on the water, and then you put a stick from the rim of the 5-gallon bucket down with sunflower seeds, and they go up there and they fall in and drowned. Chip and dip.
Oh. So basically, just call Denny and he'll
a rat
catch it for you.
a rat trap is very quick and humane, or live trap it. But people go, oh, I just enjoy watching them. Well, they do damage. They get underneath your sidewalk, so you do have to control them somehow. So there's your choice, Jim. Okay.
Yeah, well.
I don't think he liked your chip and dip solution.
That was terrible.
But he gave alternatives, so that's good.
Yeah. It's just let's face it. They're adorable. You know what? Disney is the one that should be sued over this whole thing.
Dale.
Chip and Dale. I know they have made the chipmunks. They're just
Alvin and the
adorable.
Chipmunks?
I could watch them all day long, but all of a sudden you see the gravel from underneath the sidewalk.
Yeah,
it's a serious problem.
I know.
This is what the city should start
It's
doing.
them or us.
Yeah. All right. Hour number, whatever it is coming up right here on 93 WIBC.
Broadcasting from the technology.
Some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys, that really the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools, power tools.
Hey, good morning. Welcome. Hour number 3 of Saturday's Home and Garden program, brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
It gives me the shivers.
We are joined by Aaron, or as we'd like to say, Aaron. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. What's up?
Good deal. Good deal. Hey, I was wanting to talk to Denny about Dr. Frazier. I've had lunch with him several times, and he's a super nice guy. But I was wanting you to do me a favor and ask him if he knows any tuba players.
Who is Dr. Frazier?
Dr. Frazier is an orthodontist. He got his training in Kansas. He went to Kansas State. His dad was a state Hall of Fame basketball coach for high school. He really was a good guy. And but Doc Frazier ended up here in Indiana and has become just an outstanding orthodontist.
And you know him.
We exercise together.
You exercise
Inc.
Yeah. He mentioned you meeting him at Exercise Inc. occasionally, and but no, you're right. You know, with the cowboy hat and the boots and everything else like that, you wouldn't think that he was an orthodontist, but he is serious about his job and loves it. But yeah, if you could mention that to him, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and he was wearing a Smith & Wesson hat when I saw him, so.
He'll know who you're talking about.
All right. I'll ask him about a tuba player.
So, who lifts more weight? Dr. Frazier or Denny Smith? Denny?
I know the answer. I do.
I know.
I do.
It's probably Dr. Frazier.
Nope. No. All right. I'm calling you out, Tom. I'm calling him out.
See you, Aaron.
All right, buddy. I think it's time to talk about lavender.
All right.
Because I can see myself getting in trouble here.
All right. We are joined by a very special guest. It was not easy to book her. It's Tricia from Dolly's. Hi, Tricia.
Hi. How are you?
Good. What's the official name of the bit? Is just Dolly's Farm?
It's Dolly's Farm. Yep.
Tell us about your farm.
So we are a lavender and you pick flower farm. We have thousands of people who come to the farm and pick bouquets, pick fresh lavender when the lavender's on. We are a working lavender farm, so we actually harvest the lavender to use in our lavender, in our products, our store, different things that we use it for on the farm itself, our teas. But all summer long, we continue with families coming and picking bouquets.
Well, that is so cool. And again, one of those things that we talked about, agritourism, creating an experience for families. And, you know, what a great place to go for a date, right? If you're a young guy to take your girl out to Dolly's and pick a bouquet for her.
Can some people just go out and do a picnic out there and just walk the grounds?
Absolutely. We have families all the time that will bring, or we have guys who we help set up dates where they have baskets of wine and cheese and surprise. Yes, you want to win a brownie point, you surprise her and bring her to Dolly's. And
can you make a lavender headband for her? A lavender headband?
We are actually doing that next weekend. Is our lavender extravaganza. We are doing lavender headbands, lavender braided in hair. We've got lavender scones, lavender popcorn, lavender ice cream, lavender. Let's see. Lavender tattoos.
How about the lavender popcorn?
Oh,
that doesn't sound good.
Well,
it actually is very good.
I thought you were gonna say it actually isn't.
Sorry, Tricia.
All right, Tricia, tell us about the history of your farm. How long's it been in business and such?
So the history of the farm all goes back to my great-grandmother. Her name was Dolly. And Dolly and my great-grandfather, Gilbert, bought the farm. And at that time, great-grandma had right at 100 chickens. And she was very well known for her eggs and her butter. But great grandma, the story went, my grandfather shared with us that great grandma and great grandpa would go to town once a week, always together. And great grandma would wait for great grandpa to go into the feed store, the hardware store, and she would sneak into the bank. And my great grandmother saved her money without great grandpa knowing that's what she was doing. And she surprised him with a deed to 40 acres that she had worked out.
Oh, my gosh.
Against the neighbor that she needed that land more than he did. He had a whole lot more than she did. And so, yeah, back in 1930s, women did not do that. That she handed him the deed to the land that she had saved and saved and saved for as a gift.
What a great story.
So when we started the farm, it's always been an operating farm, but when we decided that we were going to start the lavender flower farm, we wanted to share what we took for granted. Our family gets together, and we have so much fun on the farm, and such a good time. And they were talking about other families don't get this. And so even the way we designed our rows are designed with families' intent, that families can hold hands and walk together and walk down wide roads. We've had some floor people say, oh, you should have never put that much grass out. You should have used the land more for more flowers. But our intent was that we wanted it to be a place that families came and they got to be together, that people weren't following each other single file to fit through the flowers, but it was a place where they came and built memories, and that we worked really hard towards helping memories be built on the farm to share with each other. So that's kind of our focus, our goal is to build memories, to help people have special moments that they remember that they had at Dolly's. My favorite events are the daddy-daughter date, the moments with Mom, and Dolly made tea in September for Grandparents' Day. We do a high tea all over the farm. You have private picnic spots with your grandma or your grandpa all over the farm, and special moments that they get to spend together.
It's so special.
Dolly, this is a little side before Terry asks you a question, but one of our YouTube viewers says that, hey, let Dolly know that the online maps show you guys as temporarily or permanently closed.
Okay, I will go on and fix that.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah,
all right, now Terry has a question for you.
By the way, this is Tricia Wilson. She's with Dolly's Farm. Dolly's Lavender Harvest Extravaganza is coming up June 7th from 10 to 6. And lavender itself, Tricia, I understand, is really, really hard to grow. Is that right?
In the state of Indiana, Michigan has a lot more success with growing abundant amounts of lavender. In the zone that we are in, what happens is we have in the spring, how you'll have a beautiful 70-degree week, and then all of a sudden it freezes for next week. The lavender does not respond to that as well. It doesn't adapt to those highs and lows that we have in our spring. This season with all the rain, sometimes that's really hard. Lavender gets root rot pretty easy. So we took a lot of time in preparing that field so that the lavender had the best possible success rate. And so far, I keep my fingers crossed, we've been very blessed. I have a friend in Ohio who started her season 2 years ago with 2,200 plants, and she went into last season with 200.
Oh.
It is not easy. We grow Munstead lavender. It's not as long a stem, but it's the best culinary lavender, which is what I need it for. And but it does not always survive our winters and springs.
Yeah, and it likes to be drained, right? Do you kind of build it on a mound or plant it on a mound, Tricia?
We did. We bought a special implement that we used, kind of like how all of those farmers out there and all the gardeners who are used to planting potatoes, and how sometimes you put potatoes up on a hill. That's kind of what we did. We brought in tons and tons and tons of stone. We did not use sand for our field because Some people will tell you sand is good, it drains, but it doesn't. It impacts around the roots. Here in Indiana, you know how when sand gets wet, it will pack down, and so we use stone rather than stone rather than sand.
Well, it sounds like it's been very successful.
We've been blessed.
And what are the hours?
So we'll open next Saturday is our, like she was sharing with you, next Saturday is our lavender extravaganza. And so from that Saturday through the rest of the season, we are Wednesday to Friday, 3 to 6, Saturday from 9 in the morning till 6, and then Sunday is noon to 5.
And where are you guys located again?
In Franklin, Indiana. It's really about 2 miles off the I-65 and Whiteland exit is the easiest way to get to the farm.
Perfect.
Well, there you go. All right, you get working on the on fixing the hours online.
I am going to do that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I will get my crew. I've got a lady who helps me do that, and we will be on it.
There
Thank
you go. It's great visiting with you, Tricia. Congratulations, and we hope you have a great season.
Oh, I appreciate that. You guys, I really appreciate you taking time to talk.
Oh, there you go. Tricia from Dolly's. So it's Dolly's Farm, right?
Dolly's Farm, named after her
And then
great-grandma.
the event is Dolly's Lavender Harvest Extravaganza, which starts next Saturday.
Next Saturday, 10 to 6.
I want some of the lavender popcorn.
I'm trying to remember the smell of lavender. I thought I had my smells. I can't,
it's so beautiful.
I can't place it in my olfactory memory.
She mentioned it is hard for gardeners. We sell a lot of lavender, but it has to be well drained. So up on a mound, and it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Why do people think that sand drains? It's like every time there's a flood, you get sandbags.
They've been to the beach and they think that it drains. No, it doesn't.
No. So a little rock. All right, we're going to take a short break. We will come back, and then we have. So we got a question about violets. We got a question about a dry well. Fascinating stuff. And then we have Craft Corner coming up later this hour. 93 WIBC.
Life moves fast.
We move fast.
Get moving fast.
Good morning. Welcome back. Saturday's Home and Garden program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
I grabbed that one from the sky.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm getting a little weepy. Bill joins me. Bill joins us on the program. Hey, Bill.
Good morning. I have a problem with wild violets. I live next to the woods, and they come into my yard, and I just wondered, I've tried different things and haven't been very successful. I know they're hard to kill, but do you have any special things to use on them that's better than others?
After the nuclear holocaust, there will be cockroaches and violets. That will be the only thing left.
So I would say, like with so many weeds like that, the key is persistence. And I have had some pretty good success with weed-free zone, any product that has carfinazone in it. So it would be Trimec, which is the 3 weed killers in Trimec plus carfinazone. But the best time of the year to kill them is going to be in the fall when the movement in the plant is down towards the root. So if you would take weed-free zone, mix it per label instructions, and then put a little Dawn detergent in it, because the waxy coating of the violet is also a problem. And then I would repeat that every 10 to 14 days all through the fall. You could start it now, and it might stun them a little bit, but in the fall all the way, just as long as they keep growing, you hit them in the fall every 10 to 14 days, and then I would do it again in the spring of 26.
Okay, how about tenacity? Does that work on them at all?
You know what?
I think that's more for grasses, but
no,
but
it has some broadleaf control. You know what? I don't know, but if it does, I would. That's not a bad one to try either.
Pat, you and I were talking last week about triclopyr. It's a pretty aggressive poison. Would that work?
Well, it'll kill the grass.
Oh, it'll kill the grass. Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, persistence, Bill. Persistence.
You'd make a good coach, Pat.
Well, I coached a little bit. Feel like I passed a lot of wisdom along to some of the young men that I coached, and most of them, the only thing they remember about my coaching ability is that
jelly bowl roll,
the Swiss rolls,
Swiss cake roll was our official team snack food. We had a whole thing about how we looked for a snack food that would represent our team, and we looked at, hosted apples, with apple filling and stuff. And then we went to Switzerland because we knew their expertise in making fine watches.
Oh.
And
this is for a football team?
We found the Swiss cake roll.
Wow.
Yeah.
Winners eat Swiss.
Swiss cake rolls. That's right. Rick joins us on the program. Hi, Rick.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing good.
You called me Brett earlier. That's why I didn't answer.
Hold on. Let me
just a second.
Let me just ask. Hey, Ethan,
take your hearing aids out so you can hear.
His name.
Did you like this guy, Brett?
No, it's Rick.
It's Rick.
Oh. Rick.
You put him on as Brett. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
And then I called back and finally got a hold of you guys again, and waited for a while and got disconnected.
All right, the first time was cool.
Calling.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing.
You can't double down on me like that on live radio.
Oh, he's already doubled down. He doesn't need any help.
This is how I feed my children, Rick.
He doesn't have
what
children.
kind of monkeys they got working there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Let the games begin. Well, Ethan has his challenges,
feed
but
my children,
we keep
Rick.
him around for the tagline on Michaelis. He sort of wormed his way in. But
when I used to say that to Hansberry, and Hansberry would just go,
He lied to me. All right, Rick, what's your question?
What's up, Rick?
Well, here's the plug for Michaelis. They're actually doing my reconstruction on my house. We had a house fire about 2 months ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a plug for Michaelis. Great company. Anyway, I was wanting to ask Pat about maiden grass. I love the looks of it. Love it. Wanted to find out if you have any in stock, how far apart I should plant them, and how quickly should I expect them to grow?
You know what? Maiden grass, I mean, they grow because it's a perennial. So there's no structure like it's going to get. What happens is the clump gets bigger each year. But as it emerges from the ground, it's going to get the same height the first year as it is the fifth year. So if you get a good specimen, a 3 gallon would be nice. 1 gallon, you're going to wait a little longer for that clump to form. So if you get, I think I would probably, most of them are 2 and 3 gallons are nice size. And then, you'll get a pretty good sized clump in 2 or 3 years.
Well, I've seen a lot of people cut them down every fall. Should I do that?
No, you know what? The whole idea for grasses, and some people, and it kind of shows you a little something about the personality of people. There's people that are type A, and then there's people like Ethan. And the idea is
you guys are ragging on Ethan a little hard.
All of a sudden, look, the two foes get on one team.
I'm starting to like you, Rick.
It's Brett.
It's winter interest. So you have this, as I said, browns, and it's a great place for birds in the winter, but it creates winter interest. But it gets a little sloppy if you get a little, and that's what people don't like or some people, I would say, they don't like some of the time it breaks down. I mean, if you get a really heavy snow, then it's going to break it down, and then when everything thaws out, you'll probably want to cut it back.
Well, you were the one that taught everybody to take duct tape around it and use a hedge trimmer and cut it off, 6 inches from the bottom.
Yep. So, and then eventually, I mean, if you want, then you can split it later on, because what you'll start to see is that the grass starts to come around from the outside, and it's kind of hollow in the middle as the clump gets really thick. So.
Yeah, I had a lady this spring in my neighborhood give me a few clumps that she had cut back in the fall.
That's not a good idea. That's not a good practice.
They're not really doing very well.
No, because you really need to go to a local garden center and get them. That sharing of stuff like that, I'm just kidding. That's a great way to do it, Rick.
Okay. They're not doing so hot. They're growing very slowly.
Well,
they are growing.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of like having that quart size or gallon size when you get a little clump like that. So you can start with the bigger ones, but and I'm kidding. That eventually will be a nice size clump. You just have to be patient. How old are you?
58.
Oh, you got time. Plenty of time. You feeling good?
I hope so. I hope so.
All right.
Most days, yeah.
All right. If you're having the headaches, I'd probably go get the bigger ones right now.
Do you have any in stock?
I think so. I can't be sure, but I'm pretty certain.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Avid listener.
All right, Rick.
Here low-hanging fruit.
Try the veal.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want me to do?
Tommy Roy Choice says the girls are quiet, getting ready for their big segment. Their heads are down, working on their hats. That's what they're watching you on.
Oh, well, thank
That's
you.
not nice.
Yeah, we're working hard.
Are we doing hats?
We're making hats today.
Oh, is that coming up next?
Yes, it is.
All right, everybody. 239-9393. When we come back, it's Craft Corner with Terry Stacy and Allison Lemons.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Price Point Comfort Heating and
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from the MS Communication Building Studios, it is Craft Corner.
Yay!
With Terry Stacy and Allison Lemons.
Woo!
So, if you've known me for a long time,
may I just say you can watch us on our Facebook page, Home and Garden Indiana, or listen to us right now.
Okay.
Radio. Sorry. I just
Okay. If you've known for a long time, I love hats. Some of you have sent me hats. I have hats of all kinds.
I've never seen you in a hat.
Oh my gosh, are you out of your mind?
Some
She's in a hat last week.
Some say yes.
I wear hats all the time. And so I have a lot of also sun gardening hats. And you may too. I mean, gardening hats are really, really popular right now. So these gardening hats, because you want to protect your face, right? So these gardening hats can be really personalized with flowers that maybe your grandkids do or your kids do. And then you can put these on your hats. And they're just simply made from these pipe cleaners. All the different colors of pipe cleaners. There are different kinds of pipe cleaners. You can get this, which are called the jumbos. You can get the regular, or you can even get the big fuzzy ones.
I've never seen these fuzzy ones before. They're so fun.
But they're too big.
Oh.
They're actually too big to make flowers. And these are very simple. And the kids can do this too. And then every one of these flowers that the kids make for you, you can attach to your sun hats. They're really fun and they're really easy, as I mentioned. So basically, you're going to find a tool like something out of the kitchen, which is a wooden spoon. You're going to be using the handle part of a spoon to wrap and create the flowers from your things.
Woo! I love how technical we are.
I know. So there you go. So now as we get our spoon back.
Okay.
Kylan. I almost called you Kylan. I'm so sorry. Okay. Allison. This is what you're going to do, guys. Watch with me because this is, and if not, then you can Google it. Okay? Because it'll work. So you take your spoon and you're just going to wrap this around a few times. You're going to leave a tail with your pipe cleaner. Okay. And then wrap. And I know this is hard to, you can't tell what we're doing if you're
just
actually
wrapping
listening.
the pipe cleaner around the handle.
That's it.
Yep.
You're going to wrap it. And then you're going to pull it off of the handle, right? You still got your little tail. Pull it off. Take the tail. Bring it through the holes that you created, right? From when you pulled it off of the handle of the spoon. And now you're just going to bend all of the loops around, right? To create the flower.
Cool. And then you flatten them out.
And then you kind of flatten them out, right? I know that's probably hard if you're listening.
No, I think everybody's...
Okay, so now you're going to take another color. Let's say we take this red color. Take the red, another pipe cleaner. Okay, now you're going to make the center of the flower. And so you're just going to make a little round ball with it. Kind of roll it around to make the middle of a flower. And you're just going to stick that right down in the middle of the flower that you just created. It really does work, I promise. I'm just having a little bit of a challenge with it.
Uh-huh. Well, you know what? Susan Alexander.
I've been making them all day.
Terry, Susan Alexander said, "Happy Craft Saturday."
Happy Craft Saturday.
Glad you're back.
Pulling it through. Thank you. And there we go. We just pulled it through to make the center. Thank you. Thank you all for watching too. And then pull that through. That's going to be the center of your flower. And then my hats, many of them have air holes, right? The air holes that are around the crown of the hat. So you're just going to stick that in there. Got it? Stick that in, pull it through, as we did. On the underside, then you're just going to kind of continue to connect these all by wrapping the underneath part. I know this is so hard if you're listening.
Oh no, I think you're making.
That's why I'm going through it
very
you're
making
fast.
Perfect sense.
And then you're just going to connect it, cut off the tail. If you can see that, Denny. And now you've added it. So really, that's all there is to it, and they really are kind of fun, and I like them. I think it's because they're personal. You've got all the grandkids or all the kids making flowers.
Who was the lady on? What was the show on Saturday? Come on, that had the.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's many ladies.
Minnie Pearl.
Minnie Pearl that left the price tag. Right,
Yeah.
left the price tag on her hats. Yeah. Oh, I loved Minnie
Pearl.
You would see our hee-haw.
Hee-haw. That's what I was trying. Saturday night hee-haw.
So there you go. This is the craft of the day. It's just creating something kind of personal with your garden hats, and I like this one. I hope you do too. We're glad you're watching.
A bouquet.
You can make a bouquet. You could do several of them. If you have a hat like this, this is my other hat. And this one, you can just actually make a bouquet of them and stick those through the
cute.
band. And you could do that too. Make little bouquets with them. So there's lots you can do with them. These are easy. Pipe cleaners are super cheap. And that's really all you need. I'm sure you have
Now, a hat like that,
hat.
would you wear the hat out, or is that a hat you just wear around the garden
Just
for
around
yourself?
the garden. You know, at
And
the
you'd
garden.
hold
or your garden parties.
Would you have like a little wicker basket that you would hold? You would walk around and then, take your little pruners and prune fresh flowers.
Of course. What else would you be doing?
I hadn't thought about it, but yes, that'd be great too.
Is that something you'd wear on Naked Gardening Day?
No, because you're naked. Oh. Not a stitch of clothing from head to toe.
Did we miss that already?
It was early in May.
Oh my God! You can't have it that early. The cold weather would
it's
ruin
all
it
over
for
the
some
world.
people.
It's all over
That'd
the
be
world.
terrible.
Yeah.
So there you go. Thanks for watching, everybody. We appreciate it.
Good one, Terry. I like it.
Okay, I hope you do. I hope you like them.
Anything with pipe cleaners, I feel confident in, and I like it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see. Andrea says we missed you. Rebecca, love this. That is Maggie, maybe, or Maggie. Oh my gosh, so cute. Have to make one for my mom.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what you do.
How fun.
Something
Love you
personal.
guys. And Craft Corner says Courtney.
Yay, Courtney, thank you.
There you go. 239-9393. We're going to come back. We're going to take your calls. We have a question about grasses in the flower bed. 239-9393.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born, and in no time at all, they grow into big, gigantic tire killers. That's why you Need Matt Baird Traffic.
Watch out on Keystone Avenue.
He'll guide you around these hidden monsters.
Yeah, might as well call it a basement.
And on to safer ground.
You don't want to be in the far left lane.
Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
Hey, this is Denny Smith for Exercise Inc. If you want to learn a different way of exercise, go to exerciseinc.com. About 20 years ago, I really wasn't very happy with what was happening with me. I was getting into my 40s and 50s, and all of a sudden I was putting on weight. I felt out of shape. I didn't enjoy what I was doing when I was doing it. So I decided to go to Exercise Inc. Dave Wilson convinced me it was the right thing to do. 20 minutes a week. And I thought, this is hogwash. 20 minutes a week. Exercise for the whole week for 20 minutes. I'm telling you, 20 years later, here I'm still doing it. I'm stronger than I was when I started. Started in my 50s, I'm now in my 70s, and I can do things on the farm that I didn't used to be able to do. I just wasn't strong enough, and now I'm doing well. Have a professional staff there. Terry says it best. No loud music, no spandex, no mirrors. It's just you and a professional coach, somebody that's been in it 5, 10, 15 years. They really do focus on you. You got to take a look at this. It's Exercise Inc. at exerciseinc.com.
And here with exciting news from my friends at Hope Plumbing, now known as Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Hope now offers plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services, bringing total comfort to your home. No more dealing with multiple home service memberships. For only $8 a month, Hope is now your one-stop for safety and maintenance inspections and so much more. Make sure you're prepared for those Indiana summer heat waves with an AC tune-up by calling Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 641-HOPE.
Join our B&W Premier Club for additional benefits and exclusive discounts.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, 317-214-0108, your American Standard air dealer.
Well, hello. Good morning to you. Terry here. Once you find that dream property, maybe you're looking for it right now. Once you find that, check in with Joyner Homes because they can build you your custom dream home. And they can even make the process fun as you work with their in-house architectural team with a design studio on site. It's one-stop shopping. And they're amazing. Local family here in Central Indiana. They handle everything for you from permits to schedules. Check out joinerhomes.com and see why they get 5-star Google reviews. They build cool homes. They're character rich. They're smart designs. Take a look at their model homes first or see some of the homes that they built at joinerhomes.com.
If you're pressed for time, the WIBC Mashup Podcast is your shortcut to the smartest, sharpest, and strangest moments on air. It's the best content from Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, and Hammer and Nigel. Updated daily. Find the WIBC Mashup wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Sullivan Hardware and Garden and Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan and Fishers. Got some specials going on. Find a $35 or more plant. Could be a hanging basket, could be a shrub. You get $10 off. So that is one per customer. But you know what?
If it's a husband
you
and
can come
wife,
back tomorrow.
Can we split the order?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I don't care.
We're going to write a check, too.
Yeah.
I take one look at you, you're taking me out of the ordinary.
Hey, good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening. Good morning. What a beautiful day finally.
Look at what you're seeing in the sky. That's Canada wildfire you're smelling.
Oh, I did hear that. That's just another reason for us to take them over.
So there's more wildfires in Canada now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We ought to put a tariff on that stuff.
So, wildfire smoke. They said we're going to see that today. It's going to be a little hazy.
Spark also opened up today on the Circle.
Yeah.
I feel like it's officially summer now.
And they also have a little
craft fair
or something going out there. It must be 80 to 100 tents.
Terry, we should have sold our stuff.
Terry all of a sudden got interested.
It's like a
and
half a
she's
dozen,
looking.
Terry.
She's walking to the window, and she said, "Oh, wow."
Well,
okay, I'm gonna go downstairs.
She's going now. She just left.
I can play now.
Why don't you call?
My craft is over. I'm
can't
done. I'm
leave.
going downstairs.
You can't.
I might be able to find something I've been looking for.
Or you weren't looking for.
Hey, call.
I've been looking for hostas.
Oh my gosh.
Call in on the hotline, Terry. We can take you that way.
No, I'm not calling in.
I'm not calling in.
Charles joins us on the program. Hey, Charles.
Hello. Well, this is Charles, not the genius, hence my call. So, real fast. Not that I'm lazy, it's just after 4 different knee replacements, I can't get down on my knees too well. And I've got grasses growing in my flower bed. Particularly, I've got a hosta that used to get huge, and it's just very, very, very small. Other than bending down and trying to pick out all individual pieces of grasses that are growing around it, there used to be something by Ortho that was supposed to work to kill grasses in flower beds, but I tried it years ago and it never worked. I just wondered if Pat, if you had any suggestions on what I might try so I don't have to kill myself getting down on my knees.
You know what? I would just be using Roundup. And I would.
Well, I'm concerned though. If I use Roundup, I don't want to kill the hosta itself.
I understand. So there is no soil activity to the white bottle of Roundup. So you can get, if you can't get down, you can get a gallon of Roundup that has an extended wand to it, and then you take your snow shovel, and you put your snow shovel between the hosta and the grass, and you just give it one little squirt. So. It doesn't matter how close it is to the hosta, as long as it's not on the tissue of the hosta, it's not going to harm it.
Well, there you go. That's why you've had the show for 30-some years, huh?
No, I think really the answer to that is nobody else would work on Saturday for 32 years.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Guy does, but okay.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I really love your show.
Hey, thanks Charles.
For the suggestion.
All right, appreciate it.
Bye.
Oh,
that's very nice. That's a nice listener.
That's a nice listener.
You know, I see, and
Most of our listeners are pretty nice.
I get to meet our listeners all week long because I'm in a retail establishment, so it is kind of nice to. People like to talk and say they're listeners, and I know Denny, you don't get to do that because on the farm, you just have your farm hands.
The thing is, though, I answer my email, Pat.
Oh, that's how he stays connected.
You know that I will tell you, just like AI. That email thing is a fad.
You think it's going to go away, this electronic mail?
And I think if you look and see what really is sticking, it's the QR code. That's how we will be.
Amazing.
Oh, man.
That thing was dead, the QR code.
I feel like your generation hates the QR code.
We got it down now, baby.
Ethan? Okay.
We got it down now. You know what I wanted to do on that special that we're having at the store where you get $10 off any plant that's $35 or more, and we didn't want to really print coupons and all that stuff, so we were going to do a QR code. And when you scanned it, it was just going to say, just tell the cashier we're not smart enough to figure this out.
Okay.
Wouldn't that have been great?
That's good.
Somebody had I saw somebody online, like he had a QR code and you scanned it and it had some stupid thing.
Yeah, people will put them on the back of their cars, and you scan it. It's like gotcha or something like that. You know?
They're putting those.
Stop
are the
being
new
so close.
They're the new business card too. You just have a QR code, and people take a picture of it.
That's what it's all about. The QR code.
QR code.
We have
This
one on the
email
back
is-
of our wedding invites.
Oh,
I
do
put
you?
a QR code on there.
It's amazing. All right, hour number 4 is coming up. Hang on, 93 WIBC.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios. This
the day. I mean, I think this is tonight of the magnitude of anything we have ever seen in this city postseason-wise, because you do not want to go back for a Game 7 in Madison Square Garden. You want to take full advantage of what you have later on tonight. And hopefully the Pacers do. I'm going to be in the building. I'm unbeaten in the building.
Okay.
So I restored order the other night, and I plan on doing
Knock
it
on
later
wood.
on tonight. Yes. Yeah, you know what, though? I'm a badass, so I just go, yeah, whatever would. I'll just announce my presence with authority in that building after about 4 beers, and I'm good to go.
Wow. So did you have to get a special press pass, or does a station have so many? Or
Nah, it's weird, right? So the good fortune we've had is me going to a game, any Pacer game, with Tom Sutton, who owns Coach's Tavern.
Okay.
So the whole routine is going to Coach's Tavern, watching me drink extensive and copious amounts of beer, and then going to the game together, and we're unbeaten. So really, that's the only thing. Between that and Halliburton stepping up a little bit, I think he needs to be as good as we have seen him, and certainly we saw one of the best performances of all time individually in game number 4. And really, a lot of these guys getting back on track. I think my mere presence there is also a huge advantage for the Pacer team. Plus, did you guys know this? Were you aware of something?
No. What?
So I did the JMV takeover last night.
Yeah.
Because I knew this was coming. So I thought, all right, so how can we add, because this has the opportunity to be something that hasn't taken place in 25 years. I mean, we made such a big deal out of the eclipse a year ago in April, right?
Right.
So this is something that hasn't happened in such a long time. So if the Pacers win tonight and clinch and go to the NBA Finals, I'm going to go back to the V1057 studios and do a very special Pacers post-game party that we have not seen indie radio party-wise in the history of indie radio. So if they win, I'm going to throw a Pacers radio party on B105.7 after the game tonight.
All right, so you'll be playing playing the tunes, talking Pacers,
playing highlights,
playing
Cole.
It's just
It's a lot.
It's a lot. I'm just
It's a lot. Let me ask you this. This is a lot.
Sure.
A lot of money to sit courtside, okay? So the money is up to now, if you want to sit courtside, over $6,000 for a seat. Most of those seats have always been held by season ticket holders, right?
Right.
So the question is, if you had a chance to go to this game and be a part of the excitement and the energy in the building, your courtside tickets, or would you be willing to sell them for $6,000?
Well, I wouldn't sell my tickets to Bob Dylan Jr. Chalamet. There's zero way in hell I'd be doing that. By the way, did you guys hear last week?
Yeah.
I put out the gauntlet to Chalamet.
Really?
I said, you're such a big basketball fan. Let's meet before the game, and I challenge you to some one-on-one in Bicentennial Plaza. And I never heard back. We're not playing
Really?
one-on-one
I'm really surprised.
like wussies play one-on-one half court. We're not doing any half court. We go one-on-one full court. And I never heard back from him. And I felt really confident because there's zero way that a guy that wears a scarf for his shirt is ever going to beat me in anything.
That's funny that you say that because all week Nigel from the Hammer Nigel show kept talking about what a man crush he has on him. So you have two opposite takes there, huh?
Well, Nigel can play too, and I'll kick the crap out of both of them. How about that, Alan? We'll do that.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a lot of bravado stored up on my body today. Seriously.
It seems like it.
I think the Pacers need me to come in and give a little pregame speech because, by God, I'll lay down like you would not believe. I'm ready to rock.
Well, let's hear
Ready
it.
to rock.
Let's hear. How would you start the speech?
How would I start it?
Yeah.
I would start it by saying, here's how you play. You play fast-paced. You wear the Knicks out. That's not how you played in game number 5. I would start with Tyrese Halliburton. You need to be ultra-aggressive at all moments of this game. I know you get everybody else involved, and that's great, but you also can still have the aggression of trying to get your own. For Andrew Nembhard, I would say you haven't shot it well in 2 games. Continue to be the bulldog that you have been. For Aaron Nesmith, forget about that rolled ankle pain and go out there and be the pain to the Knicks that you have been on both ends, defensively and offensively. To Pascal Siakam, it is take anybody that switches off on you at any time. When you get that switch in the low post, take your man immediately. And for Miles, this is easy. All right, so I think Anthony Towns, and I think some moments and the officiating has gotten a little bit in his dome. Miles, take it like an Etch-a-Sketch pad and pull that thing up, erase it, don't think about it, and go out and kick a little bit of ass on both ends of the floor. Be the rim protector, be physical, and then also play your game. Get into an early offensive groove and have them chase you and not you chasing
And
them.
I would add, Miles, put your hair in a pony.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not going to bring that up.
Would you
No,
bring that up,
seriously,
too?
No. I mean, this is
it
all
just-
very
it flops
simple. I mean,
everywhere.
It's kinda
you play
sexy.
the way that you do, and this is the one thing I don't understand when they don't, and I know the Knicks have something to do with it. I do understand that. But you can wear these guys out. We're calling it the Towns doesn't want to sprint up and down the floor. I mean, the reason why he gets really bad fouls is because he's not in good enough shape. I mean, you've got to push the envelope on that. They are so good at doing that. If they play their game, they're going to win game number 6 later on tonight. If the Knicks dictate the terms and the tempo, they're going to be in trouble, and it's as easy as that.
Okay, what about the fans? Because they said in Game 5 that the fans, not that they were blaming the fans and Pacers, this does not come from the Pacers, but they said the fans, a little out of juice after the race, and it was a little, maybe contributed a little bit. What are you saying to the fans in your speech?
Is Johnny Cougar going to get uptight if the fans get a little bit loud or anything? Is he going to be okay about that? I love John Mellencamp too, but why do you have to accomplish so much? I mean, he is great. I love his music.
I know.
But be so stinking crotchety.
I don't know.
Why
I
do you
don't
have to be
know.
that?
I don't know. It's like he's on a depressant. He looks depressed. He looks sad. He looks mad. He looks angry, and I don't get it at all because I like him too. I don't know.
Hey, I want to say, hey, Cougar, Rudy Toot Toot, we have it made in the shade like a ball through a hoop.
Rudy Toot Toot.
Okay. All right.
One of our sales guys just
I
texted
love
us a
that.
screenshot from the courtside
Rudy
seats.
Toot Toot. Yeah, I don't understand it.
$44,000.
I don't understand why you have to be. And listen, I like him. I love his music. I mean, it doesn't turn me off for the music. But, man, you just have to be a crotchety. Nobody's allowed to speak with you unless you speak with them first. I mean, dude, you're from Jackson County, Indiana. Get over it. I don't give a damn what type of album sales, and you're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You're from Seymour. Holy hell.
But you know what? I remember when our kids were playing rugby together, and he was John was sitting on top of a 55-gallon drum smoking a cigarette at a kid's game, and I thought, wow, he is really cool.
I know. He probably had a leather jacket on.
He did.
He's got the hair, the whole thing.
What's so weird about it is, I mean, he still looks, I think, in tremendous shape.
Yeah.
He doesn't look his age. Why does he act like he's like 95?
No, I think he does start to look his age. I think he does start to look he looks a little withdrawn. He looks a little gaunt.
John, Allison, who is that, Koppel or?
Yeah, one of the sales guys here, Koppel, just sent us a screenshot of currently the courtside seats are going for $44,000.
Wow! And yesterday they were 6. Yesterday they were 6, and they've jumped up to 44.
So
people are clearly paying for
So
them.
John, when
I can't wait to see. We're going to see Sting and Lenny Kravitz.
See who's in there.
Bob Dylan Jr. and Ben Stiller and Imperioli. We're going to see the cast of The Sopranos.
Dude, I would.
Unfortunately, the
I
ones
would
that passed away. Yeah.
I would so give the mic to Pat McAfee again.
Oh, yeah.
So when we win this thing and then we go to the finals, does the
knock on
ticket
wood.
price drop because you don't have the New York influence?
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't know if it dropped. I mean, it won't be that because of the lack of the New York influence. But here, you guys want to know what's going to happen if they win. Hopefully, the Pacers and Thunder meet in the NBA Finals. You're going to have a major transitional point in the NBA and how teams are going to be built. Because right now, everybody thinks you got to go with the major star and then add 2 more major stars around them. These 2 teams are team concept oriented. Now, you know, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP, so it's as good as you can get. But they're still team-oriented with a lot of depth to get it up and down the floor. That is going to be more the norm now. I think you're going to see a transitional phase in the NBA to where other teams and other organizations look at that and say, we want to play like that. We want to have depth like that. We want to have a team orientation like that. You see it in Denver. I mean, you see it with the Lakers. All these coaches, all these organizational pieces are talking about how their players have to be in better shape. And these players are in great shape the way that it is, but it's not the level of shape that the Pacers and that the Thunder are in to get up and down the floor. That is, to me, going to mark a change in a direction that I think a lot of people are going to like, because everybody cries about the lack of team orientation in the NBA. You have two of the greatest examples of that hopefully will meet in the NBA Finals this year with the Pacers and the Thunder.
Very cool. Well, we're excited. Everybody's on edge. The anxiety is high, but
I'm not on edge at all. I feel great.
Yeah, you sound great. You feel great.
Well, maybe that's because you're shooting yourself in the rear end with that shot.
No, I'm gonna get. Hey, I just bought a car too. I bought a car for my kid just now.
Really?
Whoa!
From Jack Payne, which sounds like he's a great guy. When he said Jack Payne, I went, yeah. Well, I'm John. What's up? Jack Payne from Center Grove, great guy.
Oh.
Listens to you guys all the time. The first thing you did was mention to you guys.
Oh, that's nice. Well,
Yeah.
I hope you got a good deal.
I get more response from being on with you guys than I do from having my own show.
No, I don't believe that for a second.
No, it's a true story. And everybody starts with Terry and Allison. Everybody loves Terry and Allison.
Yeah, I know it. We need to feature them more. They need to do their own hour.
No. I'm good.
We
Hey,
have
can
our
I be on
corner.
Craft Corner one of these days?
Please.
That would be
I wish you
great.
would come to Craft Corner.
Let's make like pasta noodle Pacer players.
Okay. Or
And
we
next
could
week's
make something
Craft
out of all your old clothes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a
I
great
could.
idea.
Like a circus tent.
Right. Circus tent, camping tent, something like that.
Let me get. Here's my bloomers. Make a circus tent out of my bloomers.
Okay.
Right
Craft
there.
Corner.
Would
You're
ya?
booked. 2 weeks from today, you're booked.
Hey, you know what I am dressed in right now? Head to toe. Shout out because I love the place. Goodwill. Head to toe right now.
This sounds like
And I
a
am
porn
so-
movie. You guess what
I
I'm
am
wearing?
so medium to up. I am nothing but one medium. I am like I am your prototypical douchey 55-year-old male right now.
You know what? Kathleen said maybe a quilt.
If we can make a quilt of something nice.
That would be great.
You've got plenty of clothes I'm sure
You
that
wanna-
you can't wear
How
anymore.
about a T-shirt quilt?
I love
Terry,
it.
Can you make a nice sofa quilt out of my 38 waist Levi's?
38.
I can do a lot with that.
I think there may be a hole in them too on the sides where my legs used to rub together and I chafed.
All right. Okay.
Perfect.
Oh, look at the time.
Hey Pat,
Yeah,
can
John.
I show you sometime where I chafed?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe later.
Okay.
Hey, I feel great.
Well, that's good.
Great.
I feel great.
You look great.
And much like the late Donna Summer once said, I feel love.
Oh.
That's good.
Go Pacers. Hopefully
it.
we're going to hear you tonight on B105. There you go.
I'm going to be rocking it like docking. Can't
right.
wait to hear from you guys again. See ya.
See you, John.
JMV.
Goodbye, she got on a plane, never to return again, but always in my heart. Oh, this love.
All right, it looks like the listener attention survey that we did worked out really well.
I thought that was the best test I've ever seen.
It really was. We played last week's news at the top of the 12 o'clock hour just to see the reaction. What was that reaction?
7?
Healthy.
Healthy?
Healthy.
I thought it was pretty good that, you are paying attention, folks.
Yeah, it's great. So I just want to tell everyone that the 500 is not tomorrow. Okay. So
no,
it was just something we had to do. We wanted to do.
We talked about it at our meeting before this.
We did.
It was either that or the John Lennon broadcast.
So, but who should we throw under the bus? So, the last segment. So,
I think it was
is in the can. The last segment.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're going to talk to what's that kid's name? Jarrett. Yeah. Is that what it is? Jarrett.
Yeah, Jarrett.
We're going to talk to Jarrett. Have him stay because we can't handle this unless he can put it on a QR code. If he could put the news on a QR code, we'll do that. But if he's going to send it to us an email with a link from last week, we can't do it. We're just going to refuse to do it. So here's what we'll do. We'll play the best of Bob and Tom is what we'll do. How about that? How would they like that?
I'm not sure that's a good idea. I think there's some kind of rights to that.
I don't think we could have another 5 minutes of Tony. I think we've got enough Tony and Hammer and Nigel. I don't know. People aren't ready for that on the Saturday morning. So,
all right. Well, again, we do apologize for the news, but we did want to let you know there was nothing breaking.
It was a test
during that 2 minutes. All right, 239-9393. Were you going to talk about the soap?
Do you want to talk about the soap?
Let's take Debbie first.
Yeah, let's
okay?
take Debbie first.
Hi, Debbie.
Hey, how are you?
We're doing good.
I have a Bartlett pear tree, and I thought it was healthy, but I was standing out in my front yard yesterday with a friend. There is all kinds of brown leaves in it.
Prayers are answered. That now you get to put a new tree in.
Is this probably a Bradford pear? Bradford pear,
It's
yeah.
just white flowers in the spring.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
So some people would celebrate the thickness of your tree because that has become enemy number one for as being invasive.
Yeah.
Well, and you know what? My daddy planted it like years and years and years ago, and then it went down in a storm. But by golly, a little twig came up, and it's big now.
Boy, don't tell your neighbors. You were supposed to kill it right then. So what does it have on? I will tell you that because of the gloomy weather, we've been getting a lot of people on various plants of just fungus. Just a wide range of mildew and different things. Zucchini plants that have fungus on them. So I don't know that it's really necessary. How much of the tree is infected?
Not a lot. I just happen to, like down at the bottom, it looks fine. But when I look up, there's a whole bunch of brown, like leaf branches with a lot of dark brown leaves.
So how large is this hellish tree right now?
It's pretty tall.
Pat, is it too early for anthracnose?
Probably,
Who
but
can
I
I
don't
have come and take it down? Apparently.
Well, they're just. It's. I mean, where what part of town do you live on?
I live in Claremont.
Okay, so like for example, on the north side by the Fashion Mall. Do you ever go to the Fashion Mall?
I do.
Okay, so the Fashion Mall at 86 and Keystone there.
Unbelievable.
That there was they put wildflowers in the what are they called at the
berms?
No, what's the exit ramp?
Okay.
The exit ramp in the big area in between the exit ramps. They plant wildflowers. Well, it is completely full of Bradford pears. I mean, thick with Bradford pears and other calorie pears. So they really are a nuisance.
And I probably wouldn't mind getting rid of it because underneath it is now the grass is dead. I can't seem to grow grass there.
Kill it.
No, that's part of it. All right. Make peace with it with your daddy. but it's probably best to take it down. Just make peace with it.
Here's what you can do. How big is the trunk now? How big around?
I would say, I'm not good at maybe 18 inches in diameter.
Oh my gosh! This thing really. It was a long time ago that the storm took it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. When you cut it down, take a couple slices of it, and Big Joe Stasiak will make you.
Great
He will
idea.
engrave it. He can engrave it with a picture,
Make you
a
a
photo of your
carving board
father
or
on
something?
it.
Oh, that would be
He
perfect.
can do it. He'll be glad to do it for you. I know
Debbie,
he will.
After you cut it down, have him cut some coins. Have him cut 2 or 3 coins out of the trunk itself. Then you send me an email at denny@wibc.com, and I'll get you in touch with Joe. Okay?
Okay.
But
sounds like a deal.
But if you're going to keep it, I mean, what I would do is probably just spray whatever you can with the general purpose fungicide if you want to do that.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
But I really think when it dries out and we get a little heat, it's going to be fine. So there you go. Now, about that soap.
We'll have to do that when we come back.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we've gone
Well,
long.
there's nobody even at the board. Ethan's gone.
Ethan's over there playing solitaire.
Do you want to take a break?
I can't unless there's a board op.
Are you guys going to the 500 tomorrow?
Not tomorrow.
I was thinking about it. Do you want to go together?
Yeah. We could drive like go-karts.
It's sit wherever you want day. You can sit wherever you want.
We could
Water, storms,
fire.
wet basements.
Life happens.
Miss Shayla's happens to help you through it.
Through it.
Coming right back.
This hour.
Tired of
WIBC
hard
is
water
powered by
stains, dry skin, or smelly water? Well or City Water, C&J, the official water treatment sponsors of the Pacers and Fever, gives you softer water, cleaner drinking water, with no more taste and odor issues thanks to a high-efficiency water softener, advanced water treatment, and reverse osmosis systems. Make every drop in your home
days when the rains came.
What's the name of the song, Pat?
Hey Amigos.
No, Brown Eyed Girl.
Playing a new game.
So, anyways, we were talking before we get back to the calls. 239-9393. Terry was talking about a soap brand that we carry at our store called Squash. Squatch.
Yeah, it's called Squatch.
Squatch.
And the newest member to the Squatch family, I was going to see if you had this, just about $8 a bar. Sydney Sweeney, very hot actress, let's say. She's very curvy.
What has she been in?
She looks very healthy.
She's been in something I couldn't tell you, to be truthful with you, what she's in, but we know her name. She decided that she's so hot that she needed to have a bath.
Okay.
And everybody loves her so very much, she thought, I'm going to take my bath water and I'm going to turn it into soap.
Oh.
So Dr. Squatch comes along and says, we'll take that. So she did. She teamed up with the soap company Dr. Squatch, and people are thrilled that now they can buy a bar of soap with Sydney Sweeney's bath water in it.
Oh, how much bath water per bar?
Just a few drops.
Just a few drops.
But enough to
Probably
make
enough.
people excited.
Now, could we do that with Pat Sullivan?
Do you know if did she shave her legs?
That is, the thought of that is just gross.
Sullivan.
That is just
Oh,
so
dying
gross.
over here.
I know.
So gross. There's
You're a
very limited
grandfather.
bars. Very
Knock it
limited.
off.
Very, very limited, folks.
I was asking a question.
There's only 100 bars of this soap beginning on the 29th of May, which we're past, but now 5,000 bars will be available for purchase on June 6th. For all you little,
perverts.
She says, she calls you freaks, good freaks. Happy freaks,
Hey,
if
we
you
need
will,
to take some calls.
that want her bath
We
water.
need to take some calls.
So Pat was thinking that he would have a bath and we could sell his bath water because she's got nothing on Pat.
Oh, yes, she does.
And if you were thinking of shaving your legs in your soap, don't do it.
No.
That just became a turn off.
Wow.
Okay.
I can't speak.
I think I just threw up in my mouth. Ugh. Pat Sullivan bath water.
I think it'd be a fun craft.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Let me just the YouTubers say. Kathleen said, "Good question, Pat." Thank you very much, Kathleen. The Dragon said you couldn't pay me to own one. Jennifer said it's all sick.
Yeah.
And then
own a bar.
Dragon
Are we still
said,
talking about the soap?
so very sick.
Yeah, but Libertarian Dragon, he's just sweet on Jennifer, so he's just going to agree with anything she says.
Oh, I can't even read that.
Oh, really?
Kathleen says, does she have a fungus of any kind? Oh. That's kind of funny.
No, the Dragon said...
What's the Dragon said?
No, don't read that.
Did she pee in the tub?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the time.
Beautiful thing.
Jeff joins us on the program. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Before I get to my comments, I'm a little shook because while I was on hold and your news cut in, I heard the Pope just died.
Oh, yeah. Hey, listen.
I don't know.
Hey, Ethan, what was the date on that one?
It was 2 months ago.
Wait, what?
Wait.
I think you're making stuff up.
They just
now,
tell
Jeff.
them to play one. Just pick one.
That's really good, Jeff. Really good.
Yeah.
But he's
Anyway,
really sensitive right now. Okay.
My comments, real quick, the lavender things, I'm in San Francisco. I've called before. You're talking about how to care for it and all that, and I swear it's almost wild out here. You just see it in parks, on the sides of the roads, just everywhere. It's pretty cool.
It's paradise there.
Just last night.
So-
And the last thing is, oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, so the temperature, I guess that would be probably pretty perfect. Kind of nice, cool, right? I
Yeah.
mean, it doesn't get real hot. And
Yeah, it's
doesn't-
permanent spring, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But lavender, the key is good drainage for lavender.
Yeah, no, there's that. And the last thing is I was looking at a satellite view of your Keystone property.
Yeah.
Just to get a feel for it. Now I understand how you can run the trains, first of all.
Yeah.
But I think it's the north end of it. It bothers me. Is that a liquor store and a bank up there that kind of blends into your parking lot?
Yeah.
That
Why-
liquor store's for sale if you want to come back to
it's
Indiana,
not.
Jeff. Oh,
No.
it was?
So
The
why
property
haven't
was
you-
for sale. I saw it.
Well, why haven't you annexed it, Pat?
Well,
Take it up to the street there.
I have a very sad story about that.
Okay.
In 1983, we had just moved to that side of Keystone Avenue, and we had that particular piece of property came up, and it used to be a drugstore, Joe Jordan's drugstore, and you wouldn't believe the outrageous amount of money they wanted for that. They wanted, you ready for this? $120,000.
Wow.
Who in their right mind would pay that kind of money? So just recently, we offered them $1.75 million, and they turned us down.
Wow.
Wow.
So there you go.
Okay.
So it's going to be a liquor store.
Did you want the property or did you want the liquor store?
Well, I'd entertain either.
You can make a grilling palace out of that. You can
liquor
make a
store could be
restaurant out
fun.
of that.
Can that be fun?
Yeah.
Seems like a different clientele.
Jeff, all the way from the West
You have some
Coast.
regulars.
That's amazing.
There's some real regulars there.
I never miss a show.
Never miss a
Thank
show?
you very much, Jeff. We
So
appreciate
it comes on from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock your time?
Yeah, I get up at like 5:30 and turn you guys on, listen to you all morning, and if I don't catch it, I play the podcast replay.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Do you listen to any other shows?
No. Say no.
No, just yours over and over and over.
I think he meant any other shows on this station.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, would you buy bath water made into soap that Pat Sullivan
Hold
took
on,
a
he's
bath in?
answering this question.
Oh.
Go ahead, Jeff.
The first question, other shows, Tony Katz I listen to, and actually, I don't know if Allison remembers this. I called Hammer and Nigel the other day when you had this guest on. I think his name was Jeff. He became a big producer in Hollywood, but he's from Indiana.
Oh, yeah, the guy that filled in.
Jeff Boggs.
I called and said, I got a question for Pat or Denny about my hydrangeas.
That's right.
And that threw them off. Like I had the wrong show, so that was fun.
I thought it was funny. I was laughing.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
That was great.
Yeah, Hammer and Nigel have a caller roulette where they just pick up the phone and ask, what listeners want to talk about. Yeah, I do remember you said, I have a question for Pat and Denny.
That's really good.
Just to mess with them.
Oh, I love it.
Jeff,
I
I
love it.
appreciate because they don't even think we exist here on the weekend.
Oh, they
So,
do.
Yeah.
I remind him
what?
daily.
Your show's such a niche thing, but I have a feeling like you're the powerhouse that drives WIBC in a way. Because Pat, I don't know. I'm sorry to keep your time, but I've always wanted to figure out your business model. This isn't negative. This is an ad for Sullivan Hardware, first of all, for 4 hours. But you bring in other advertisers. So who pays who and who gets paid by whom, and how does this whole system work?
Well, I mean, I've always been paid to do this show.
Okay, but it's an ad for your place, so it's like that's awesome.
I pay.
He pays for
I
it.
pay for the advertising that are within spot sets. I pay. Do I slide in and steal a little bit of time? Absolutely.
It's called borrow.
Yeah, I borrow.
Okay.
So like if I said, hey, don't forget we're going to have and a lot of times it's for a good cause. Like we have an event for Alzheimer's next week, so I don't mind stealing that time to promote that. But in a way, I'm promoting myself because they're coming to my store.
But who's Michaelis pay?
They pay the station.
In the station. Wow, that's pretty cool. It's a great system you got going.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, and we get a raise every 14 years.
You got a raise 14 years ago? I didn't.
I'm hanging on.
I would take that soap. Yes, I would.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, thanks for calling, bro.
Yeah, great talking to you, Jeff.
Thanks.
All right, see you.
Bye-bye.
All right, we got to get out of here. We're going to come back. The speed round is coming up next. 239-9393.
Kendall and Casey.
You just heard.
The Speed Round, where we take your calls lickety-split. The Speed Round is brought to you by
Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus. Great pricing on Lazy Boy, Indiana-made Smith Brothers furniture, mattresses made in Indiana, and maintenance-free outdoor furniture. Free delivery up to 75 miles. ThompsonFurniture.net.
Who's ready for the Speed Round?
Obviously, Terry and I.
Did you see what's going on over there? Those knuckleheads?
Yeah,
They're
they
trying to
talked
take
about
our
all
shit.
That's exactly right.
They're
Two
trying to
can
take
play
our
this
shit.
duet.
Yours sounded like there was something wrong with the radio station.
Yeah.
Because you did
You
not
are so
harmonize.
Harmonize?
You did not
It's
harmonize.
like two old crows sitting on a rock.
The Home and Garden Program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
You guys are creeping me out. Take a call.
Hello,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
So we recently just moved into a home in the Eagle Creek area. It's our first spring there, and we've got 40, 50 trees on our property in various health conditions. A lot of exposed roots. Some are tagged ash borers, and we're kind of trying to figure out what the best steps are. If it were up to me, I'd tear a lot of them out and regrade the yard, but we're not sure if that's the right route to go. So.
Well, if your wife doesn't think that's the right way, then that's what I would probably suggest.
You don't want to cross the woman, but you've got a good case, and I would probably agree with you.
But
Ryan.
what's your concern? Is that just? I mean, that roots are on the surface.
There's a lot of surface roots. There's several trees that are thick. They very few branches, very few leaves.
Okay.
And it's just very difficult to maintain the property. And we'd like to kind of hit a reset button.
All right, let your wife mow the grass
So
2 or
here's-
3 times, and then you'll win.
Dick Crum would say, let a little air out of the tires for a smoother ride. So surface roots are a problem. Roots tend to be lazy, and they go to the path of least resistance like so many other things. So what I would suggest is thin out the trees, get the unhealthy ones out of there, and then some of the trees that are desirable but have surface roots, I would create a bed around those, a mulched bed just with some specimen perennials in it so that, it looks finished. And I think that's so a kind of a combination of thinning it out and then keeping the surface roots are going to be there. You can't cover them over. You can't put dirt on them. So it just is what it is. So Tyler joins us on the program. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
Hey, so I had a question here. Me and my wife, we planted about 20 tomato plants from seed, and we just transplanted them out to the garden about 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and they're not doing well. I know it's a problem here with the temperatures fluctuating the way they have, but we're starting to get black. I don't know if it's blight or a fungal disease on them.
Yes.
On the ends of the leaves. Wanted to see if you recommended a product that we could see maybe enhance those tomato plants.
Yeah, so that is a bit of a problem right now because of the cloudy weather and the rain that we've had. So what I would recommend to you is getting some neem oil and spraying that plant until it drips. That's an organic product. And then I would fertilize it as well until it starts setting tomatoes, setting the fruit.
But don't overwater. Don't overwater.
No, gosh, no, don't. Yeah, let the tomato tell you when it's ready. All right. Hey, Tyler, thanks for the call. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so just hang on the line, and we'll be back to you next Saturday at 9 o'clock, 93 WIBC.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile